window. First session. Carlos, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. In today in-person session on our second European Congress on Disinformation and Fact-Checking, organized by the University Carlos III de Madrid and the research group Universidad Carlos III Media Lab. And this conference is founded with a research project from the Spanish government. And yesterday we had a very interesting session, and I hope that today present session could be even more interesting than yesterday, and at least fascinating as yesterday was. And this is the first session in the morning, so really I would like to remind you some, I think, interesting number of our Congress. We have almost 500 participants from 58 different countries and 127 communication abstracts of communication were submitted. Unfortunately, we have not many time for that, so we only accepted about 60%. So congratulations to all the people that are going to being as a speaker then in our following session. And congratulations to all the participants as well. And now we are starting with a round table about the theme of one of the Jean Monnet chair. This my Jean Monnet chair is with the title European Union, Disinformation and Fake News. So we are speaking about that. The question today we are going to explore is what are the main challenges threatening the European Union? This is one of them. And I think it's very important what happened in today environment, today journalism environment, communication environment, and what happened with the public opinion, how they make decisions. I mean, political decision, health decision, scientific decision, and if these decisions are based on evidence, because this is very important in our democracy to make a decision based on evidence. On the other hand, we are in a faculty of journalism. Some of our students of journalism are watching this session by streaming. I teach in the first course of journalism a subject named Fundamentals of Journalism, and the first topic is about a sentence that I think is very important. Without journalism, there is no democracy. This is very important. I think the main role of the journalism in the democracy. There are other countries, maybe with literature, with cinema, with very a lot of technology development, but not journalism. And I think the role of journalism is to criticize, to be an important role in the educated public opinion. So more or less, this is our round table today about the role of journalism, the role of journalism and democracy in our present environment, communication environments. So we start our discussion with three distinguished experts who I know the pleasure to introduce them. Our first speaker is Professor Bella Palomo. Bella Palomo is full professor in the Department of Journalism and Dean of the School of Communication at the University of Malaga. Thank you for coming from Malaga. Thank you so much. For nearly 3 decades, she has focused her research on digital journalism. She has been a visiting scholar at the University of Washington, Rutgers, Miami, and Federal de Bahia in Brazil. And currently, she leads the project Journalistic Application of Artificial Intelligence to Mitigate Disinformation, Trends, Uses, and Perceptions of Professionals and Audience. And she's also assessing fact-checking platform from the European Fact-Checking Standards Network. Our second guest is Raquel Alonso Roldán. She's press officer at the European Parliament office here in Spain. She has previously worked in several media outlets, PR agencies, and European institutions. Raquel, I'm very proud of her because Raquel holds a degree in journalism and a master in critical theory of culture, both from this university. So she's an old student from this university. And she brings us today a valuable, I think, from my opinion, a valuable institutional perspective on how European Parliament communicates and responds to the challenges of disinformation. And finally, we have Dr. Lucas Graves. He's distinguished researcher in the Department of Communication at University Carlos III of Madrid to start with us this month in October. So very welcome, Lucas. Dr. Graves studied how journalism and other public institutions are changing in today's media environments. He has been a pioneer in research on the global fact-checking movement, and he's the author of a very, very interesting book that I recommend you, which is Deciding What is True, the Rise of Political Fact-Checking in American Journalism. His work has appeared in the New York Times, The Guardian, the Columbian Journalism Review, the Nieman Journalism Lab, and before joining with us in University Carlos III of Madrid, he was a professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and later senior research fellow and acting research director at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at Oxford University. So very welcome, everyone. I think after the presentation we can will open the floor for discussion, maybe some question. I hope we have time to that question, and I think it's a very, very important item. So what happened in nowadays environments, and this is your turn. So Professor Palomo, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we can.
Thank you very much, Carlos. It's a real pleasure to be here today in the second edition of this Congress on Disinformation and Fact-Checking. And I want to thank University Carlos III de Madrid and, of course, the Jean Monnet Chair for inviting me to share with such distinguished colleagues this short talk about our view of the current state of disinformation. Well, looking for truth has become not impossible, but certainly a very, very complicated mission. That is why we must to learn how to protect ourselves and to improve our professional roles to face the new challenges. In fact, my first challenge is how to open this bottle of
okay,
water.
don't worry, because this is a European. Yes, an European.
Thank you.
Mandatory.
Thank you, Carlos. Well, in order to reach the other goals, I would like to share with you some of my 5 main concerns, along with some reflections and advices. Well, the first concern is a reminder. A lie told often enough becomes the truth. I'm pretty sure that you can easily identify these pictures of the screen. All of them represent the idea that there are no red lines in politics today. irony and fiction often gets more likes than reality. At the same time, several presidents, one of them in this slide, have shown a strong tendency to discredit the media, avoiding journalists or legacy media as gatekeepers and showing preferences for social networks to communicate official government information, or even fabricating content with the help of artificial intelligence. In this context, we can confirm that disinformation has been transformed into a strategic weapon. The purpose of disinformation is to confuse public opinion, erode institutions, divide societies, or destabilize states. As an example, during the war in Ukraine, it was said that disinformation has been as powerful as tanks. The second point I would like to reflect on is that disinformation spreads globally, but it should be debunked locally. Most fact-checkers, for example, Maldita or Neutral here in Spain, focus their efforts on verifying national or international content. And according to this scenario, I wonder who is monitoring local disinformation. And the answer is very, very simple: no one. In the United States, for example, more than 200 counties have no local media outlets at all. And in Spain, more than 11 million people live in small towns without a single local news organization. And what kind of implications come from this lack of interest in local media? Well, these news deserts have or leave communities more exposed and more vulnerable to disinformation. When there is no local journalism, national and international agendas take over and bringing a wide range of consequences, as you can see on this slide. Lower quality of life because it's reduced the local entertainment, loss of opportunities for scholarships, contests, jobs, grants, etc., etc. And obviously no public debate and lack of political literacy and social integration. And most of the time, the same politicians are in local government. Well, my third concern is that we have made it normal to live with lies, to live surrounded by lies, to read falsehoods every day. We can find attacks on truth oftenly, including from the media, and one of the main consequences of the instability, chaos, and polarization reflected by the media is public distrust. And what do citizens do when they face these attacks? People walk away. People run away. According to the Digital News Report, in this year, in 2025, the interest in news in Spain has decreased across all media, as you can see in this graph. The novelty in this time is that a new source of information has emerged: artificial intelligence. In fact, 4% of people in Spain already get their news through AI chatbots. And here comes my fourth concern. Artificial intelligence is still hallucinating. So including AI in our circle of trust is very, very dangerous because these systems continue to generate false or fabricated information. So we are developing a toxic dependency. The audience need to understand that even today, 3 years later, or 3 years after ChatGPT was born, it remains impossible to guarantee that AI provides accurate and entirely truthful information. Recently, the New York Times published an article reporting that hallucination rates reach as high as 79%. And these errors can occur even when we simply ask for a summary. So the fact that the AI can sound confident, offer comparisons, or be polite does not make it more credible. And another significant fact is that it is estimated that 34 million AI generated images are created every day. This data justify why it is crucial that we learn not only to see, but to look in an active way to detect inconsistencies, distortions, or manipulations. Today, consuming content is more uncomfortable than ever because it demands an active, a critical audience with algorithmic literacy. And finally, I would like to highlight our professional responsibility as journalists in order to promote responsible narratives and avoid humanizing AI. News stories about artificial intelligence are never neutral. The risk, benefits, and uses of any technology depends on how the media choose to represent it. So let me share a few key principles or recommendations for an ethical narrative. The first one is that AI is not fiction, so please don't use killer robots in your news items. Remember that AI is a tool, a software, not a human being, so we should avoid also assigning human verbs such as decide, AI discover, or AI create. Avoid also anthropomorphic imagery, no heads, hands, or brains when we talk about AI. And also we should mention more women with expertise in this topic and reduce the excessive masculinization that often appears in AI-related visuals and sources. We must remember that the way a medium represents a technology directly shapes how society perceives the risks, benefits, and potential uses. So considering this impact, we must demystify artificial intelligence. So don't exaggerate the possibilities, don't create fears or hopes, because these actions are distortions of reality and also a form of disinformation, and they can damage the credibility and reputation of media, but of course, of journalists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Palomo. It's interesting, your approach. I think it's important to remark that journalism has always an ethical approach. This is very important. Maybe other professions not, but journalism has always an ethical approach. So now is the turn of our second guest, is Raquel Alonso from the European Parliament office here in Spain. So it's your turn, Raquel.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for the introduction, and thank you very much also for giving us, the European Parliament, the opportunity to be here. We feel a lot of respect of the academia. We are working a lot with you, and for us is a privilege to be here today. As you have mentioned, I'm press officer at the European Parliament office here in Spain. So not only I will try to give you a general overview of the EU regulatory framework, but also I will try to give you some hints on how we work on combating disinformation on our daily basis, because even this bottle and its top has been subject for disinformation in the present days.
You're right. You're right.
According to the social media survey published this month by the European Parliament, 2/3 of the Europeans say that they have encountered disinformation in the last 7 days, 7 points higher than in 2022. Fighting disinformation, it's only possible if we act together, if we understand the techniques, the manipulation techniques that we are experimenting and how they circulate in our devices. In a sense, it's like a first-year journalism class where we have to learn how to interpret information in order to analyze it. By doing this, we are protecting democracy, as big as and as important as may seem. We are protecting information. We rely on we are protecting the information we rely on to govern ourselves, to elect our representatives, and to channel our demand. These issues are being pushed by an agenda, and we need to know who and why is pushing it. The publication of misleading disinformation, it's now for economical and political purposes is not new, but now it spreads much more faster. Many channels, creators, or influencers use misleading information in order to gain followers because lies are more appealing and are more engaging. But what worries the EU institutions more is when the foreign information manipulation and interference come in, when they are coordinated attacks, not only single posts. And let's be clear, this information is not opinion. Opinion is from an individual and lacks of hidden agenda. Freedom of expression must be always protected, and it is especially important for an institution like the European Parliament. In the 2024 Rule of Law report approved by the European Parliament, MEPs condemned the use of disinformation in order to undermine a democratic process. Also, last month, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, stated that our democracy is under attack because the rise of disinformation is dividing our society, she said. So now, once we have acknowledged that we have a problem, also as Professor Palomo has stated, what's the EU doing about it? Okay, I will give you 3 ideas, which are also top priorities of the European Parliament. The first of all, a solid European regulatory framework has been approved, and it's time to implement it. The regulatory groundwork has been designed, and the system is it's ready. This month, the Transparency and Targeting of Political Advertising Act has came into force. So now we are able to know who finances the ads we are seeing in the different platforms. There is also the Digital Service Act that makes platforms responsible of the content they host, and they have to provide mechanisms in order to avoid systematic risks. This requires algorithm transparency, requires moderation mechanisms, and requires researcher access and annual reports. As you might have seen this week, the European Commission has warned that they are not granting this access to researchers. In 2019, we also started with self-regulation with a code of good practices, but now we have the AI Act and the Media Freedom Act in order to protect media pluralism, media transparency, and to support media outlets facing a severe crisis. We are now working on the Democracy Shield. The European Commission it's working on an action plan, and the European Parliament has created a special committee for the European Democracy Shield. In fact, this special committee was also subject of a targeted campaign of disinformation. It was published in social media that the EU has created a supranational body to cancel elections. This is far to be true. We spotted in social media here in Spain, and once we reported to our colleagues in Brussels, they also tell us that during the same day, this narrative appeared in different countries of different member states. So just to give you a practical example of how we work, we then published factual information of the objective and scope of this special committee in order to provide citizens with the factual information. We know that this information spreads much more quickly than our post, but it's important to do this pedagogical effort. And also we delivered to fact-checker media and to traditional media this factual information in order they can debunk this information. Second pillar, firm and continuous support to the media. No algorithm can replace the work of a journalist. The European Parliament can also demonstrate this through concrete actions. We organize training sessions, especially targeting journalists. In fact, We are working with Fundación Maldita for trainings for regional journalists. We have been in Galicia, we've been also in Andalusia, we are going to go to Valencia in order to train regional journalists who are often very far from other trainings to spot this information and to work it from a local approach. We fund fact-checking projects through the European Digital Media Observatory EDMO that you may know a lot also. And we support initiatives to strengthen media independence and sustainability of local media. Defending journalists, as Carlos has said, is defending democracy. The third pillar, but probably the most important way in the most important one in the long term, is education, media literacy, and critical thinking. We can have the best regulation, we can have the best media, but we must be able to develop digital skills, to be able to tell a reliable source from a manipulated one. We must understand our biases that shape how we interpret information. Platforms are not going away. Disinformation agents will continue to use them. Digital content consumption, it will grow and it will diversify. So, because we all have biases, an algorithm amplifies them. The only vaccine is critical thinking, and it's okay to laugh at a meme. It's okay to watch any kind of YouTube channel, legal YouTube channel. It's okay to consume whatever content you want, but it's very important that citizens have the skills to know what they are watching and don't let it shape the worldview without being aware of it. The fight against disinformation it cannot be done from a single front. It requires regulation, free media, it requires institutional cooperation, research, and civic responsibility. And above all, it requires trust. Trust between media and institutions, between the public sector and the private sector, between the academia and the institutions, and especially between citizens and their public representatives. And just to end my intervention, from the European Parliament, we will continue working to create this community building based on critical thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Raquel. I think there are two key ideas about your approach. One is the important role of the influencer, which is very, very important, what happened with them, from the difference from influencer to journalism. And then the balance between regulatory and freedom of expression, which is very, very a hot issues of that, but we can speak about that at the end of the intervention. And then our finally guest is Professor Lucas Graves. Maybe you can even speak the difference between United States and Europe, or whatever you think. Anyway, it's your turn, and thank you so much for staying here.
Thank you, Carlos. It's a real privilege to be here. And so I'm going to darken the mood even further a little bit by talking about what I think are some of the challenges that fact-checkers face today when they're trying to do their work in the EU, but also in the US and around the world. And I'm going to try to suggest that there's we can organize those into three broad areas. There's sort of financial challenges, there's political challenges, and then there's even epistemological challenges. Although, as we'll see, those all sort of connect to each other. But so first, I thought it was important to talk a little bit about what I think the real achievement of fact-checking has been, because actually that helps to understand the threats that fact-checkers face. So, we all know that there's lots of research about the impacts of fact-checking on what people think, on whether they share fake news, on their political attitudes, and so on. But that's not what I mean. To me, the really interesting story about fact-checking, the success story, is about institution building, right? It's about how what started out as really just a sort of contagious idea only 20 years ago grew very quickly into an international movement, a global movement that's in more than 100 different countries around the world today, and that has relationships with, transnational institutions like the European Union. So it's really a story about institution building that helps to explain how we went from really just literally a few fact checkers in the mid-2000s to sort of a few dozen fact checkers around 2010, 2011, to then a few hundred, and then more than 400, right, around the world as of like 2020. And of course, the fact checkers weren't just growing, they were becoming organized, right, which helps to explain that growth. So they started having international meetings in 2014. They've had one every year. They're a global fact conference. They formed a professional association. They established a code of principles to define what is good fact checking and to keep out the sort of fake fact checkers, right? And all of those institution building efforts meant that they were in a perfect position to step in when the world lost its mind about fake news after 2016, and especially during the COVID pandemic. So again, that's a really successful story of institution building where they established this new sort of function that never existed in the same way before of fact-checking that we understand is having jurisdiction over this problem of misinformation, over this problem of fake news. And it's an institution that's recognized by other institutions like, from the state to news organizations, to transnational institutions, to civil society, and so on. So that's what fact-checking has really accomplished. And as I said, that helps to understand the challenges that fact-checkers face today, because all of those directly threaten that institutional legitimacy in different ways. So the first set of challenges is sort of financial or economic, right? The funding landscape for fact-checking is changing dramatically right now, and really honestly getting worse. So the most important pillar of support for fact-checking organizations around the world for almost the last decade has been the relationship with platforms, and especially with Meta, right, which drove a lot of their growth around the world by paying fact-checkers to check information on Facebook and Instagram and so on. And of course, Meta, under political pressure, terminated that program in the US. It's still not clear what's going to happen in the rest of the world, but I think it is clear that it's no longer going to be the engine of growth that it was for the last 8 years. It's going to decline either quickly or slowly. The second major pillar of support for fact-checking around the world has been grants, right? Charitable grants, foundations, also from tech companies. And all of those sources also are moving away from funding disinformation and anti-disinformation efforts and fact-checking. In fact, it's common knowledge among fact-checkers and civil society groups today that you should remove all reference to fact-checking or disinformation from your grants if you want to succeed, and instead talk about things like information integrity, which seem less political. And then, of course, and this was already referred to, there's the sort of wider apocalypse for all media organizations as search traffic declines, if indeed we all start to embrace AI as our primary entry point into the internet. That's going to, really kill referrals to media organizations from search, and that's a major source of commercial funding. On the political front, there's not nearly enough time to go through all of the incidents that comprise this global backlash against fact-checking really over the last 5 or 6 years in countries, from Brazil to the Philippines, to India, to the United States, to all across Eastern Europe. And including, not just online harassment and sometimes in-person harassment and doxing, but also legal threats and sometimes action by the state, and even, in some cases putting fact-checkers in jail. But I just want to point out that in many cases, those are coordinated political attacks that are designed specifically to take away that institutional legitimacy that fact-checkers have built up, whether that's with, like a foreign agents law, like the one that was passed in Georgia and is being considered in Turkey, or whether it's the attacks from the White House and Congress in the United States, which pushed Meta arguably to kill its funding for fact checkers, and have also scared some foundations from funding disinformation efforts. And finally, very quickly, I said that there are also sort of epistemological challenges. And by that, I just mean threats to the whole sort of infrastructure of public knowledge and public institutions that fact checkers are a part of, but also depend on when they do their work. It's really common to talk about the sort of mistrust of experts and expertise that's part of the rise of populism. But I think that idea of mistrust of experts doesn't actually capture the dimension of these coordinated attacks on institutions that produce and certify public knowledge in civil society, in journalism, in academia, like all the attacks on universities, in countries from Hungary to the United States, but also in the state, right? Like weakening the agencies of the state that create statistics, that create public information that fact checkers and journalists depend on. I could give an example of that. I'm not sure how long I've gone, but we'll stop there and we'll talk about it in questions.
So
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think it's very, very interesting approach about fact-checking. Maybe one question could be who check the fact-checkers, but anyway, we can discuss then about that. And I think we have time for one or two questions, so it's your turn. There are one question over there.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the excellent talks. And Neil Wasserman from George Washington University in the U.S. And I apologize for my country in advance.
No. Anyway, welcome to Spain.
The question I would have is, in the U.S. anyway, there are arguments made around free speech and what's called Section 230 in terms of absolving social media platforms from responsibility for publication. How do you propose to counter that? What is the best argument for against the idea that who is going to determine truth?
So it's a difficult question, maybe.
So I'll say something really quickly. I think the really interesting answer comes from the EU as a different approach.
Regulatory.
But I'll just repeat what what journalists and fact checkers would say is that they're not restricting speech, they're adding speech, which is precisely what you want as part of a democratic conversation. If somebody says something or shares a post that's false on social media or that you think is false, then it is part of democratic dialogue to say, adding additional speech, by the way, that's not true. Now, of course, that got complicated when social media platforms were reducing the circulation. They weren't deleting, but they were reducing the circulation of those fake posts. We can see how that's necessary in public health contexts. There's a real debate there. Anyway, they're not doing it anymore. They've abandoned content moderation. So I think any argument that fact-checking is a kind of censorship doesn't really hold water anymore.
Let's see. Well, first of all, during my intervention, I have tried to avoid the word truth. I prefer to use factual information because it's more appropriate maybe for these purposes. As for my institution, we represent 7 different political groups with very different opinion. So for us, it's a basic to respect freedom of opinion and also to respect political game. When coming to regulation, what's important, rather than stating what's truth and or what not, is to set a play field where everyone plays under certain rules and that everyone is responsible of the content they produce and they also host. So it's not about saying what's true or what's not. It's about having certain rules in which we could operate, and to be sincere to ourselves, and to be able to build some trust between each other. I don't know if I have answered your question, because it's a difficult one, but well, the idea is not to state what it is true, is to set up a game where we can trust each other, that we are not manipulating information, that we are not creating certain campaigns, coordinating campaigns. I would say that.
So there are two different approaches in Western society. One is the US approach, another the European approach. Anyway, I don't exactly which is it will be the future about that. And other question, a very, very, very quick question. Only one, yes, only one. Any some question in the room? There are two of them. No, yes, we have the opportunity to go to the coffee break, and our guests are going there, and you can ask them whatever you want.
Okay, thank you very much for this great talk. I was thinking, because fact-checking humans is already a big endeavor, but now we see lots of AI tools proliferating, and then they might hallucinate as well. They might generate problems. So I would like to hear your opinion about this workload that seems like not only evaluate humans, but also machines, right? Because they can also generate this information. So that's my question.
It's a hard question. Yeah. Maybe have researched anyone or some opinion?
I think that we are in front of blurring lines between what is real and perceptions. Probably the only thing that we can require is traceability. So maybe if we are in front of a content, we should have access to the evolution of that content, which was the origin, and then we can decide if that's a reality, a truth for us, or maybe, maybe for me it's not a truth, but maybe for another person it is real. So there is a combination of different perspectives in the new reality. And some of this reality comes from AI, obviously.
Yes, even cognitive bias as well. And at the end, I think it is a problem of sources, which source is good or not. And this is the work of journalists. Which source is really important and which is not important. So I think this is the sorry. Oh, look! Sorry.
I mean, just to circle back to the point that it's also about rules and about trust. There are certain things that only AI companies and social media companies, the big platform companies, can do to help us in identifying the sources of a certain piece of content. And there's a lot of recent studies that show that they're falling far short of even their own soft commitments in terms of identifying AI-generated videos, putting watermarks in AI-generated photographs. So they're not even living up to the quite weak self-imposed standards that they've suggested publicly, and that's why we need we need rules made by states to help define how we're going to identify that material.
Rebecca, you have some opinion on
well, no, we have, and we are lucky that we have a rule that it will be the AI Act, and now it has to be implemented also by the member states, of course.
So thank you so much for our guest. Thank you so much for our public.
Welcome to this second session of the morning before coffee break. Just for you to know some more logistic information, just behind this wall we have the toilet. Okay, so now or later, if you need it, just make sure to find your way. And well, this second session, I am very pleased to be here together with these two speakers. And I have to say that this second session has been funded by this project, the Health Communication Project that we are having here in Spain, funded by the government, and also with co-funding from the European Commission. And we are very glad to be able to use this funding not only to organize this conference, but also to organize a lot of different activities in the field of health communication, fake news, pseudoscience, conspiracies in health, and many of these related issues. And we are doing surveys in the national level. We are also doing in-depth interviews to different stakeholders. We are doing social experiments in order to find out what kind of messages or what kind of disinformation is making a more impact in the health, in public health, and in the well-being of our population. So we are, since the last 2 years, we have been working in that field. And so I'm very glad to introduce the two speakers. I'm going to introduce them now, and then they will present. And in the end, we will have also some time for questions or for any comments that you might have. Also, I would like to say hello again to those of you who are following us from home or from other countries. And because, as you know, this is a hybrid conference, so hello to all of you who are in the other side. And if you have any questions, also those of you who are not in the room, please send the question through the chat that you can find in the YouTube channel. And a member of the organization will look at that and will transfer the question to us. So thank you so much for being here today. So first of all, I would like to introduce Professor Anne Guyen. He is a visiting professor of journalism at Bournemouth University in UK, where he was until very recently, August 2025, a full professor and founding director of its Center for Science, Health and Data Communication Research. He's also, at the moment, a visiting professor at Van Lang University in Vietnam, where he founded the Institute for the Study of Communication, Culture and Society. As science journalist turned scholar, Professor Guyen is known internationally for a substantial body of research in many areas, including the functions and impacts of science and health journalism in this post-truth era. And I would like to introduce, in my left, Dr. Ruth Gomez-Sobrino. She is a senior consultant in the United Nations, and at the moment, she is working in China. And she has been over a decade based and living in the MENA region, in the Middle East region, in countries like Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, Tunisia, and Syria. She has been working in diverse themes, such as electoral processes, gender equality, sustainable development, and climate change, and anti-corruption programs. Ruth Gomez-Sobrino is a global development professional with 16 years experience under EU projects and the UN system in agencies like UNESCO, UNDP, UN World Tourism Organization, and UN Women. Having worked in more than 30 countries in all continents, Ruth graduated from communications and completed a master in Turkey and a diploma in development management and a postgraduate certificate in poverty reduction, both awarded by the University of London. And she recently finished her PhD on information society. She has been also working in some countries like Iran, where she was the director for the EU delegation, and she was also leading a public campaign. And she has been also an early warning awareness consultant for UNDP in Georgia and knowledge management consultant for other UN agencies in Senegal. Ruth combines her profile as a practitioner in diverse contexts like Congo, Botswana, Guatemala, and Sudan, with an 8 years background as a lecturer and researcher at higher academic institutions like Georgetown University, Malmö University, Shanghai International Studies University, and University of Comillas. So, welcome the two of you, and we will start with the first presentation from Professor Guyen, and he's going to present the keynote lecture titled After the Virus, the Need for a Paradigm Shift in Public Health Journalism. Professor Guyen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, and it's a huge pleasure and honor to be here. Making all the way from Bournemouth here last night, and thank you, Daniel, for the invitation. We've been talking a lot about the virus, the pandemic. So I hope people are not too fed up with what I'm going to say today, because it's too much research out there. So I'm going to talk, because this session is about what the virus tells us about fact-checking and science journalism, disinformation, and so I'm going to briefly go back to the very early days of 2020, when people died. And I think there was a study about 8,000 people in the first 3 months of 2020 were hospitalized because of disinformation, and about 800 of them died because of that directly. And we kind of, get to the trauma of, remembering these things, like, the mask, the 5G phone masks were destroyed all over the world, burned down because of the conspiracy theory that, this was actually, spreading the virus. Nobody, anybody with a basic science, education at school would know that, the country that make it, link between 5G and coronavirus, but it did make its way into people's head, and it caused a lot of, we know that it caused a lot of public disorders, and we heard about Bill Gates, being, the virus was a Bill Gates kind of thing to control the population and all those things. And we heard, Trump saying, okay, let's get some disinfectant, inject some disinfectants, and then we'll be over. And all those things. And this is not just, individual, it's also very systematically, spread out. And so it's kind of, I had a lot of, mental health problems with these things during those, when I was doing research into this, in the early days of the virus. And for journalists, there was, about 80, there was a survey about, with about 1,400 journalists from 25 countries, 125 countries. 81% of them actually had exposure to, came across, disinformation in some way, and about 2/3 of them are quite often. And apparently, we know that it was Facebook and Twitter and WhatsApp, all of those things, social media platform. That was the key, platform, the key containers and distributors of this, distributed network of this sort of disinformation. And it came a lot from lots of, sources, not just the citizens themselves, but not from political leaders, from, trollers, from corporations, those people who want to sell things, or, and all those things. And why was that? Because this was basically a very perfect condition for disinformation to emerge. People were thirsty for an answer, but there was no answer at all. It was an information equilibrium at the time. Everyone wants an answer. Everybody wanted an answer, but there was no answer. And the science was still working on that. And the problem with this is adding to the chaos is actually the very confusing messages from the scientific, authorities themselves, from not just from politicians. And there were lots of people, what we call the armchair epidemiologists, who emerged, sitting in the sofa talking without evidence, without any evidence. And there was concepts competing with each other, explanations, and that was just completely, for ordinary citizens who wanted an answer. There was nothing for them. And that actually, they would seek some other kind of, plausible explanations. And this information is very good in, explaining plausible, in quotation mark, explanation. And then we had this very long simmering, crisis, a public distrust in science, in government, and that was the underlying condition for that. And what did journalists do? Most of from this survey, most of the efforts were kind of focused on fact checking, and busting the myth and all those things. And using produce debunking the information, the disinformation, mainly. And there was some study that have already proved that actually fact-checking is effective in reducing the belief in disinformation. You don't worry about all the stacks. It's just because it's handy for me to visualize the thing to talk. But there was a study. This quite a substantial study that found that the corrections can reduce the belief in disinformation by about 7.5 times more than disinformation increase the belief in the false facts. And there are many other studies that show that actually, fact checking is working to some extent, I have to say, because it's not just the facts that matters. I think the panel before us were talking about it's similar, in some way, I echo this what has been talking about, because it's not just the information. I talk about the context of that, to see that we need to really look at this in a broader cultural, social, and political context of our time, and looking at why people engaged and are so susceptible. Certain people, not everybody, of course, So why they let the emotions, the beliefs, the values, overshadow their rationality. The concept of what we had in the past as the monolithic concept of the citizen, the well-informed citizen, doesn't exist. I don't think it never existed. I don't think it's ever existed at all. Because the citizen is, there are many publics in the citizenry, and we need to, to have strategy to kind of look at that, and what are the limitations of fact checking. I'm putting it in kind of, not really, but it's just one is what I call the effect of bad news travel fast. By the time we have the facts ready, all the disinformation is already there all over the world. And we are probably sometimes, actually most of the time, we are a bit too late in preventing the variety of this. And also the good news, which is the good news for the correction that we come up with, it doesn't reach as many people as the first piece of disinformation, especially the marginalized, disadvantaged, and particularly partisan groups. Very hardened, ideologically hardened people, set by the group in the U.S. We know that Republicans, conservatives are much harder to be convinced by correction or whatever. And then, and there is also got what we call the elusive truth effect, which if false facts keeps going into a head, at some point it becomes truth. That's actually another psychology effect. I don't mention it in the slide, and that very important trust deficit that we talk about. even the way what we do as journalists, with all our heart, our professional duties, and responsibility, some people still see it as bias. They say, okay, this is left-wing bias trying to blah 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 blah. So our very genuine efforts actually can be undermined because of this crisis of trust. That's why it's hard to get into some people. And also, we have also, there is a risk of we lose the battle to AI-enabled deception tools now because of the speed and all the things, We have deep-faced, I'm not sure, anybody has, come across, some, a lot of successful efforts against deep-face or not, but, it's very hard. And we don't know what else in the future. I'm very much with Bella earlier because about the we have to be very careful in imagining and reporting on AI. But in our sphere here, in this context, we don't know what will happen. And what is there? So this is from a book chapter that I'm just going to be published next year. We don't just talk about just the facts themselves. We need to talk about the broader things that lead to whether people can be resilient to disinformation or not. And when we talk about disinformation, the resilience, we talk about the ability not just to detect, but also to ignore disinformation when they need to. And that will need a lot of things around digital literacy, the technical skills, the cognitive skills, and also the emotional skills, very important, skills that actually help people to shift through information, disinformation, approach it in the way that they need to come up with their own mind, and then this broader, more encompassing kind of capacity called digital agency, which the broad competence, confidence, and accountability, the sense of responsibility that they need in spreading information online, for example. All of these things will need to be addressed. And that's not just a job of a journalist, I can tell. I wouldn't say, it's only journalism. I think Lucas was saying, or somebody earlier saying, journalism is part of that. And fact-checking, they're losing faith in fact-checking. I think it's a bit dangerous in it, but we have to be to think of as part of an ecosystem to tackle disinformation. So the approach, I think, what I would think, pre-COVID, these are the four things that I think we need to change. Well, already changed. I'm just reviewing what is happening more than proposing here. One is, pre-COVID, it's much focused on factual correction. But I said earlier, correction is not enough. It's never enough. It needs to build the resilience. It needs to equip people with the digital literacy, the health and science literacy in this context, and news literacy too. And the second, in the past, it's very much more very ad hoc, sporadic kind of reactive correction. It's not good enough. I mean, we can be reactive. We can. I said earlier, it gets very few people than proactive, have an always on kind of proactive monitoring and detection and rebunking rather than debunking system. And that would include, a lot of collaboration. In the past, it's the journalist efforts mainly. Now it needs to be cross-sector. It needs to be between journalists and what platforms, health authorities, political leaders, science institutions, and communities. Very important. The crowdsourced, the crowdfunded, the crowdsourced kind of fact-checking is working to some extent now. Unfortunately, we have the Facebook has already kind of got rid of their partnership with news organization, and let crowdsourcing rule the world. It's very dangerous in itself, but it does work a little bit, but it's not working, to that level. And also, we need to think of 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. Small scale operation often in the past, we have small-scale operation in silos. Now it needs to be, disinformation, a lot of that actually, I think one of your speakers earlier talked about, locally kind of context. Disinformation, that's fine. But there, in this digital world, it's global. It's spread everywhere, and within seconds, we know that. So we need that sort of cross-border, multilingual, multi-platform coordination between, to make it, to make it effective and influential. If we want to kind of, prevent this kind of, disinformation. I know that it's the funding problem that Lucas mentioned earlier is a big thing here. One example of this is, the Bento project between the Belgium and the Netherlands earlier, which they do all these things, combining cross-border, they do fact-checking, but at the same time they do, media literacy and all those things, and they work with scientists, with media, organizations, with scientists, with health authorities, all those things. So what does it mean to public health journalism in general? I think fact-checking is only one part of that. In this context, we need to think of public health journalism more than that, We need to think of health journalism not as a news, not just a science-driven subject as it used to be. I don't say that it was not something, but it was still has something outside of science, but most of that is still very much science-driven. We need to think of that as an interdisciplinary subject, where health includes science, it includes politics, it includes economics. As we've seen from economic, from COVID-19, the pandemic, we know that. We know that lockdown is not just about medical things. It's lots about social orders and the key players in public health journalism. It needs to move to not just primarily the journalists themselves. Of course, journalists are at the center, but the journalists will need to work at the center of a kind of multiple stakeholder relationship between the public functions of this. I think we will also need to shift a little bit, just not to inform and educate, to inform, to educate, and this is some journalists will be very, resistant to change behaviors. A lot of journalists don't want to be, advocate like this, but actually it's important, We need to think, And then the reporting methods, we need to kind of go from objective, to reporting only to actually emotionally engaged storytelling, to not just tell the facts, get people engaged, not just rationally, but emotionally. And we need to talk about science and not just our outcomes, where we downplay uncertainty, but we need to science as a process where transparency and humility is the way to build the trust with audience. And finally, delivering need to be from top down, which we had always for most of the history, to looking at the public as passive audience, to looking at them as communities, as self-governed communities, as where we can engage and dialogue with. Sorry, I'm a bit over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also for sharing these lessons learned from the COVID pandemic. And now we move forward. We move forward to the next speaker, Dr. Gomez Sobrino. Yes, let's search for the presentation here.
Thank you.
So please, you have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for sharing this space to discuss or to emphasize the role of the media during emergencies and crises, disasters, while fighting disinformation and related phenomena, because we are not only talking about one sole phenomenon. I feel very honored to be with you all, and especially with Dr. Catalan Matamoros, a friend, and Dr. Nguyen. I've been following so many articles during my PhD thesis. Thank you so much for your contribution to the academia. I had to say that. In my presentation today, I could try to highlight the indispensable role of the media, of journalists. As a former reporter, as a former correspondent, it's always a pleasure to address that issue. And also to share with you some of the data from a research study that I conducted precisely with Dr. Catalan Matamoros here about the contribution of the media during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we had the pleasure to interview something like 215 journalists from 45 countries. So I think that it's providing a lot of data on how the media are following these events and what is their real contribution. Something that we try to answer often, I mean, especially people like me working in rare contexts, is are we becoming more vulnerable to disasters? Are these type of events more frequent? After working in conflict settings, in disasters, crises of different type, the answer is not really clear to me. But what it is actually quite clear or quite evident is that information is at the core of any crisis management strategy, and that the role of media outlets is really critical to keep societies safe during this type of events. Journalists are actually referred as first responders when we are talking to about emergencies, crises, and disasters. And they are in certain studies compared to those like firefighters in wildfires or health services during events like the pandemic that we recently suffered. But despite this paramount role, let's don't forget that journalists are still prosecuted in many contexts, and they are facing a lot of challenges. So I feel that as a former reporter, we are putting also a lot of responsibilities in the shoulders of the media outlets. One of the key references when we try to assess the level of media development, the World Press Freedom Index from Reporters Without Borders, is actually emphasizing the increasing pressure that journalists from different angles, from different continents, are still suffering from state and political actors. And I think that this is quite relevant when we are talking about the responsibilities of the media to fight disinformation, propaganda narratives, and so on. With the aim to underline the relevant role of the media during COVID-19, which was an unprecedented shock that challenged most of our systems at political level, at social level, economic, you name it. We try to emphasize that role of the media, that indispensable role of the media, while not ignoring the challenges that they are normally facing. And as I said, we reach over 300 journalists from different countries, and we try to to bring their experiences also to their contribution. But before going in detail to that study that I think is quite relevant, I wanted to, go through the specific roles or to some of the roles that we think that journalists are playing before, during, and after crisis, emergencies, and disasters of different type. In many occasions, as I said, they are the first to arrive to the place, whether it is physical or not, and also the first to receive information that they are going to be disseminating as fast as they can. They are also of particular importance before the shock comes, so they can alert communities about the emerging risk. And let's don't think only in those settings with difficulties like developing nations. We in this country suffered a recent disaster that we are now remembering in these days, in this week especially, and I think that the role of media had to be discussed in that situation. They monitor not only the evolution of the disaster, of the crisis, of the shock, but also the performance of the diverse actors, and we had so many examples and cases about that. And what appears very interesting to me is actually how they help connect communities, affected families, and victims of that situation that is always unprecedented and unexpected. But while we speak a lot about the victims and about, you know, restoring the situation to normal, especially from people like with my profile, we are also talking about an increasing concern in these type of situations, disinformation and related phenomena, as I normally say, because we are not talking only about one sole phenomenon. All these umbrella of situations like creating confusion, fear, lack of knowledge, and also leading a lot of people, not only communities, not only citizens, but also institutions to take wrong decisions. They also affect the response to the crisis. And they also can hinder the resources that have been mobilized. And we know that that is the most difficult part in these type of situations, to mobilize resources and to mobilize you know, human capabilities or capacities to restore the situation. As such, media outlets are often used to double and I would say to triple efforts to respond to this type of crisis, not only to provide accurate information, but also to connect those communities, victims, families, and so on that have been displaced in many occasions, to verify that the information that they disseminate is the correct one, to inform and to share, but also to educate audiences on what is going on, and especially to keep, and that is probably the most controversial point, to keep the ethics high in order to guarantee that journalism is not serving any particular interest. But what type of media strategies are media outlets developing or putting in action when these type of events or situations happen? Aligned to this perspective that the media should be at the core of any crisis management strategy, some of the actions that they normally develop have been already mentioned here, are fact-checking, training and capacity building, media literacy efforts to keep critical thinking strong, to avoid fake and manipulated narratives, and so on. But I go now in detail to our research study. I mean, these were points that most of the media outlets contacted were emphasizing. We conducted this research with over 200 journalists operating in 45 countries. And why it was like that? Because we tried to keep that regional balance. So we structured groups in Asia, in Europe, in the MENA region, like the Middle East and the North African countries, the Latin American and the Caribbean region, Europe, and the United States. 84% of journalists contacted were already or directly involved in the coverage of the pandemic. And we got some interesting findings. 66% of the journalists participating in the survey, in the interviews, recognized that they had limited skills to cover such an event. And this can apply actually to other type of crises and emergencies, by the way. That was not unique during COVID-19. Those working from the MENA region expressed the highest skills, 76%, while 53% of Latin American journalists recognized the lowest perceived skills to cover that pandemic. Something relevant, 33% of the journalists from Latin America, only 33% recognized that they received appropriate information. So you can see that the rest were thinking that they didn't. Of course, that was posing a lot of challenges when they were covering such a global shock, with, of course, a lot of local implications. What becomes highly concerning is that 46% of participants in the research study commented that they received pressures of different type, physical, also psychological, when they were covering the pandemic from state actors or political actors. Those in Africa and Asia received higher levels of pressure compared to the rest of the groups. Finally, something that speaks a lot about the role of the media in these type of situations is that 72% of the journalists participating in the study recognized or mentioned that they launch different initiatives to countering disinformation, propaganda, and so on. What type of initiatives they developed? I'm just bringing some of the initiatives that they mentioned. For example, the fact-check services and teams created at BBC and Agence France-Presse. Specific programs just developed for COVID-19 during that period. These were mentioned by France 24, France 24, and Radio France International. Also, something very important, addressing the impact of misinformation, propaganda narratives to the audiences through specific segments and programs that was mentioned by Welt and BBC Africa. Focus on sources of information. This is something that was already mentioned in the previous session. They were really bringing credible experts. Accurate information was put at the core of those, just focusing on debunking misinformation, disinformation, and so on. And some of the media outlets consulted were even conducting campaigns against misinformation. So the role of the media in educating audiences was very present in that chapter, I would say. The Nigerian Television Authority mentioned that campaign on misinformation. We were also asking for recommendations for future crises or for present crisis, because let's don't forget that we are immersed in a lot of public health crises. And at the end of my presentation, I'm just putting you one of the most controversial public health crises that we are right now suffering. So they are suggesting to enhance public information. So public information is that information that institutions are normally referring to the media. And they were also asking for better access to information. One of the issues that they were suffering, let's don't forget, was access to information and to receive appropriate information to cover the crisis or the emergency in an appropriate manner or in a professional manner, following these international standards of journalism. Journalism-based measures. Of course, they recognize that media outlets need to be more committed to fighting misinformation and related initiatives. They are very aware of that. They were mentioning guidelines and toolkits, training of journalists, rebuilding journalism at global level was also mentioned at this level. Rebuilding journalism, what do we mean by that? I mean, I think that this involves a lot of responsibilities from institutions, but also from media platforms and conglomerates and coalitions like the Global Media Development Forum, for example. This is like a kind of unique entity bringing a lot of media development organizations working across the globe. I go fast. And institutional development, that was mentioned before, the need to support media outlets from the institutional point of view. And I brought this case, like the guide against fake news that was issued by the Spanish National Police. Now, a reflection just to end my presentation. Did we really learn something as media outlets, not as citizens, to confront other public health crises? And I'm bringing the example of suicide, because this has been a controversial topic, always or normally ignored by media outlets, because it's not very clear what is the impact of covering suicide cases and if that can lead to replication of cases. And are we really empowered, prepared, and with enough capacities as media professionals to cover this type of cases and to enhance not only education but awareness and to fight misinformation? That would be my question to you at the end of my presentation. And thank you so much for following.
Thank you so much, especially also for bringing to this roundtable the important role of journalism in global disinformation. And well, we are running a little bit out of the time, and there is only time for one question here in the room. Yes, here, please.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the presentation. Hi, I'm Anel. I'm a data analyst working in audience analysis and narratives in London. I wanted to challenge you guys a little bit today and be a bit annoying. So obviously journalist work is super important, but audiences right now don't care as much about media outlets as they used to. How do you meet audiences and provide them the right information if they're not even looking out for you and they don't trust you anymore? How, as the industry, would you address that?
You want to answer?
I think that's a question not just for London or Madrid or whatever. It's the whole a question for the whole global news industry at the moment, and we are facing a double whammy here. One is the financial sustainability of the news industry is now ailing and getting worse and worse. At the same time, we are being attacked from all sides. I mentioned the public, the crisis of public distrust in institutions, and that includes journalism. And that actually, a problem that has been, capitalized on too well by people like Trump, for example. The media is the enemy of the people. These fake news media, people listen. They don't care whether you are fake news or not, whether they are the enemy of the people or not, right? They just follow you because of their emotions and their emotions and their belief and their ideologies, and that is happening to some extent in the UK. Now we have reform. Before we have Boris Johnson. All the guys are using this sort of and we have to fight. Yes. I mean, my only answer is we keep fighting, and whatever is left of journalism, we need to continue to do the job that we have done. And the thing is, we have to change the way we do things a little bit. We can't just, impose facts on people. That's not working. I'm not saying facts is not important. That's actually the central, of everything. But we need to engage people emotionally, psychologically. We need to get them into our what we do by getting into their senses, their feelings too, rather than just just the facts, just reporting, neutral reporting, objective reporting, all those things. We might need to question, what could be the alternative to objectivity now, and how do we use, importantly, storytelling to get people in? How do we dialogue with people, create dialogue, interact with people, building communities around audiences? I mean, audiences, different groups of people, different segments, different, economic, social, economic kind of backgrounds. We have to engage with them in diverse ways. I think so. The answer is fight.
Ruth?
Yeah, I think that I think that we are up on a vicious circle, actually, because in the same way we are saying that misinformation is misleading the society, misinformation has been also, and related phenomena, don't forget that, has been also affecting the media. So that low trust in the media is coming a lot from that type of, the media is dead, now we have internet, we have social media, nobody is consulting what is happening in the BBC anymore, and so on. But the reality is that, first of all, I think that we are up on a highly segmented society, or in a process in which societies are getting very fragmented, not only in polarization, but also in likes, in tastes, and in orientations and perspectives. And that should be also addressed by the media in order to get more specialized into addressing these audiences. And second is that professional media consumption, professional meaning traditional media, which is a concept that I don't buy, I'm sorry. Professional media consumption was really increasing during COVID-19. What does it mean? It means that when people were afraid, when people were like, I don't know what is going on out there, they were going to the big conglomerates. They were consulting Al Jazeera. And the same happens in the typhoon that happened in the Philippines weeks ago. The same happens in the genocide in Gaza, and so on and so more and so forth. So I think that, yes, the media should be, addressing the different risks that they are facing, also the propaganda narratives that they have been attacking them, at the same time addressing that they should be transitioning or advancing towards a different world in which we are living. This doesn't mean that journalism is dead. This doesn't mean that audiences shouldn't be at the core of information waves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And well, we have to go to move forward in the program. So in 5 minutes, we will meet all together in the registration desk in the ground floor. In that area, we will have the group feature. And I would like to say thank you to our 2 speakers. And they will be in our coffee break. So if you have questions or comments, they will be very happy to talk to you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to this first panel that we are going to have here together with different speakers, international experts. I am Carolina Fernández Castrillo. I am associate professor here at Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. I am expert in digital innovation and also in environmental disinformation. And today it's my pleasure to be here moderating such an pertinent topic. We are going to talk about smart lies, smarter tools, AI's rules in detecting disinformation. We have 7 speakers, and unfortunately, we don't have so much time for discussion, but we will try to save some minutes at the end. Please write down if you have any comments and ideas, and we will figure out how to do it to open a short discussion after all the 7 presentations. First of all, I am introducing Pilar Lacasa. She's Emeritus Professor of Audiovisual Communication at Universidad de Alcalá and eminent senior at the International University of La Rioja. She has studied this interesting topic that is tagging the truth, disinformation, AI narratives, and fact-checking on TikTok together with Nerea Rubio and Pavel Sidorenko. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for being here, and I am really happy and even, really happy to present with you. And I hope we can discuss, or at least you can give me some feedback, because I love to innovate, and sometimes
you have to be seated because of the recording.
Okay. I need to be seated?
Yeah, with the microphone.
Wow, for me so
now the other cannot hear
for
you.
me so difficult. Okay, I will choose. It's almost impossible. Okay, it's okay. I can be like this, and I hope it's okay now.
Sentada.
Okay, I can be sit down. Thank you. Okay, let me. In this presentation, I am presenting what happened in TikTok in relation to hashtag. You know, the hashtag is the main topic. Hashtag is a word, and this hashtag have a meaning. And this meaning are going around TikTok in a very specific media when people are interacting with this social network all the time around video. But this video are tagged with hashtag, you know. The goal of the presentation is to analyze how disinformation narratives are constructed and circulate on TikTok through the strategies use of hashtag related to artificial intelligence, fake news, and fact-checking. You know, the first thing that my colleague told me said, for what reason you are putting this hashtag, disinformation? Nobody is tagging disinformation when they are doing disinformation or misinformation. And I said, okay, that is true. But okay, I think, okay, in any case, that is interesting, because maybe some people are tagging with the word disinformation just for having more views or more engagement, or I don't know what. I love this transparency, because this transparency is explaining the methodology we use. We are combining different kinds of software because we have 3 moments in the analysis of the data. The first one is scrapping. We need to have the data from TikTok. And I need to say that at this moment, we are a lot of problems because TikTok and Meta are not allowing to the researchers doing that. And the worst thing is that many important journals, all the Frontiers journal, even Frontier is not the best, but New Media and Society and others, are putting a lot of problem to publish when we are into presenting network data. Has this one that I am presenting now. Then, after scraping the data, we are putting that in a visualization program. This program is Tableau. And it's very, very useful because you can have a picture of what happened there. And for what reason I use Tableau? Because we use Tableau, I can select the video that I want to see, and I can pass to a qualitative analysis. In that case, we are combining quantitative and qualitative research. We have 2021 videos, we have 38 hashtags, and moreover, we have 20 more metrics, and then we were working on that, and I will be presenting the rest of the data. Okay, this is the Apify, the software that we use to download the video, and this one, all these hashtag I put on the Apify. The reason for what I need to do that is because just I can download 200 or 400, no more, even paying Apify. If you put all of those, I get 2,000. At least it's okay. 2 years ago, I have 5,000. This is a very big limitation. This is important. How I choose this hashtag? I choose the hashtag looking at my iPhone and using the TikTok apps, etc. Okay. These are the first results. What happened with the hashtag? Analyzing the hashtag was very difficult to me because when the hashtags are downloading, they are in an Excel and they have each of them in a column. Then you need to transform this matrix and to put together and reorganize the hashtag. I need to tell you that ChatGPT remake the table for me. And then what are showing this diagram? You know, for example, A, when you have the white rectangles, this is, for example, A, you have all of those other hashtags. For example, you have, I can see, fake. Here, I can send you the presentation if you want. Here is how the hashtag appear one to each other all the time, you know? The only reason is that the hashtag appear one to each other. Here is the matrix. This is just to see what happened. If you combine the matrix, you can pass there, okay? Okay, I go fast. Then what I do? I organize the hashtag, just going one step further, just not putting together one hashtag and another, putting together the context of the hashtag. For example, fake news appear with 3 other hashtags, and there is a pattern, and I found 4 clusters, how the hashtags are grouping one to each other. And here, you see, they are the hashtags that I found it. I need to tell you that these hashtags are very different than the hashtag that I have in other analyses. At that case, they appear very clear. For what reason, if I have 2,000 videos, yes, I have these numbers? Because these hashtags appear one to each other, many of them together. They are in context. That happened, the cluster are, the first one, A, and technology. The second one is falsification and deepfakes. The third one is virality, and the fourth one is education. The fourth one is here, the 103. These data are very clear. What are telling me that people are putting the hashtag just to putting the audience in one way or in another. They want to direct the action, you know? Okay, I finish. Just here, then the last picture is how I can organize what are the specific videos in each of the cluster. And finally, and this is my last slide, I can select the videos. And these are the two videos in cluster 1 and 4 and cluster 2 and 4 who are the most viewed and who has the more comments. You can think that these videos have 12,000 and 8,000 comments. This is a lot. In that sense, I think we have a lot to think because people are putting together entertainment and fake news.
Well,
I am really optimistic, you know, and I think that even they have fake news, they can be creative, and I am telling we need to teach people to use TikTok.
well, thank you very much.
Sense,
Thank you very much, Professor Lacasa. Sorry for interrupting,
Sorry.
but now is the
Sorry
time.
about that.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, thank you for sharing this reflection about, well, this regression in terms of how we access to big data, how in terms of democratization, the situation is not getting better. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce another researcher. We have the PhD scholar, Najebullah Ramati. So please, if you are in the room, come ahead. This person is supposed to be in Madrid. So, okay, otherwise we move forward. We have Almudena, for sure. I know she's here. So please, Almudena Barreiro Carrillo, come ahead. Almudena is a data scientist and consultant at the Next Digital Hub and the founder of Data for Good Madrid, a nonprofit initiative. And today she's going to share with us this research, Good versus Evil, Artificial Intelligence in the Battle Against Disinformation.
Hello, everyone. So, yes, I'm a mathematician. I feel a bit okay. And yeah, today we will talk about how artificial intelligence is impacting in the disinformation, and we will see one example of it. I don't know if you can hear me properly. Now, better? Okay. So this is the point. Okay, so let's go. Let's talk about humans and chatbots. We humans tend to project meaning onto their responses, chatbots' responses. But beneath the surface, they are just playing an extremely advanced game of autocomplete. So no, there is no mathematical reason for say please and thank you. To understand why chatbots sometimes lie, we first need a quick look on how they work, a tiny bit of maths and mechanics. In one sentence, a large language model, so LLM, the engine behind the modern chatbots, it's a model that predicts the next word, only a prediction. It's like your phone autocomplete, but trained on an enormous amount of tests. That means that it doesn't reason like a person. It computes what text is the most likely, not the truth. But how does it learn? Basically, we have 3 layers. The first one is pre-training. So basically what we do is we expose the algorithm, the model, to an enormous collection of tests. That test comes from public web content, partnered data sets, and data provided by users and trainers. And from that, the chatbot, the model, learns the language patterns. The second part is the supervised fine-tuning. We, humans, show the model instructions and good answers, so it learns the question-answer format. And finally, but probably one of the most important ones from my point of view, we have reinforcements with human AI feedback. We compare, again, humans, we compare multiple candidates' answers and teach the model which ones we prefer. This teaches to prioritize usefulness, safety, and tone. And it's a big part of why the replace feels so convincing and human-like. But if we do all of these and even more things, why sometimes the model fails? 3 pitfalls that we need to remember: sycophancy, hallucinations, and data contamination. Sycophancy, this means that the model flatters you by agreeing with your stance, even when it's wrong. Hallucinations, the model confidently makes up facts as if they were true. And data contamination, the model learns from low quality or even false resources, so it can internalize misinformation and repeat it convincingly. Moral, don't mistake fluency for truth. Always verify. Now let's talk. A ver. Ay, no, spoiler. No. Now let's talk about Pravda or Portal Combat. Pravda or Portal Combat is a network, Portal Combat Network. It's a Kremlin-coordinated web made to seem like a news portal that mass publish templated stories across many languages. Its goal is not only to influence people, but to poison the upstream information supply that machines learn from. So it was made for this. So false narratives later appear credible when echoed by search engines and AI systems. But how is this possible? It operates through automated content saturation, like high-volume posts, SEO, cross-liking farms, and as well they use the narrative laundering. So they repeat the same claims across independent sites and referring it on forums or wikis and simulate consensus. So it also diversifies linguistically and ideologically to penetrate communities with lighter moderation and broaden reach. But the key tactic for this, that is something really new, it's called LLM grooming. Basically, it's based on planting and boosting content exactly where web crawlers, retrievers, and training pipelines. Okay, look. Basically, they reinforce it with backlinks and superficial citations, so ranking signals reward it. The result is ingestion into trainer snapshots and basically what the model needs for learn, and downstreams chatbots and search can retrieve it and amplify the seeded falsehood. In short, we have seeding, indexing, credibility signals, model training, and the result is the repetition by AI tools. And before we saw the dark side, the evil side, but now let's talk a bit about the good side of the AI. Because AI helps us to verify. For example, we have one tool that is called InVid. InVid combines computer vision and machine learning to surface frame inconsistencies, image tempering, metadata anomalies, reverse search matches, and language context clues fast. It scans thousands of frames, compares against large archives in seconds, and flags suspicion patterns. This would be impossible without AI. This report has been focused on a particular instance of AI-enabled disinformation, but it's important to recognize that this is far from an isolated case. Disinformation takes many forms, spans across political ideologies, and has already undermined democratic process in various parts of the world. Disinformation is nothing new, but narrative AI amplifies these risks. Efforts like Digital Service Act and the upcoming AI Act mark an important regulatory milestones. However, regulation alone is not enough. Public awareness, media literacy, and robust verification tools must be part of the response. After all, behind every AI system, at least now, there are people. People who build it, train it, and choose how to use it. It's not magic, it's science. And like any tool, it reflects the intentions of those who build it.
Thank you very much, Almudena. Well, thank you for such a pedagogical explanation from your technical expertise. And now we have Massimo Fiore. He's an analyst with expertise in disinformation and hybrid threats. He collaborates with NATO, the United Nations, and UNESCO, among other international institutions. And today we have Massimo Fiore here to speak about synthetic friends, AI companions, and the future of disinformation. It's Flore. Sorry, it's Flore.
Which should be easier for Spanish speaking.
I am Italian speaker and I translate it. Sorry.
So no.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. And what I want to start is that last April, Mark Zuckerberg said that the average American has like fewer than 3 friends and 115, and that AI will fill that gap. He wasn't describing innovation. He wasn't describing a new market built on loneliness. So when connection itself becomes a service, manipulation does not need anymore a social network to travel, because it travels through affection. So across the industry, loneliness has become a new frontier of profits, because when attention stopped growing, intimacy became the next metric. So we saw also Sam Altman from OpenAI announcing that new adult companions app. Elon Musk is already selling avatar designed for emotional attachments. Then we have character AI, we have Replica, and hundreds of startups compete for the same resource, which is human vulnerabilities. So currently, people of all ages are experimenting with AI companions to cope with isolation, loss, or simply boredom. So what began as a niche entertainment is turning into an emotional marketplace, where intimacy itself has become a growth strategy. So let's talk about how the information landscape changed in the last 25 years. So in the early days of the internet, manipulation target content. Then social media came along and they start targeting the crowd. Now manipulation targets the individual, and it targets it through attachment. Each stage moved closer to the core of trust, because platform used to compete on our time, but now companions compete for our trust, because attention can be shared, but attachment cannot. So this new paradigm creates what I call an epistemic cocoon. This is not a collective like the echo chamber. It's relational. It's a close dyad between a human and a machine. And the difference is that the companion listens, the companion remembers, and the companion adjusts. It mirrors our feelings and removes friction, and the friction is the small resistance that normally protects our critical thinking. What this enables is a shift from data surveillance to affective surveillance, because this system not only track what we do, they track how we feel. Because every pause, every hesitation, every change of tone became input from emotional prediction. And emotion itself becomes a resource that can be extracted, quantified, and recycled to reinforce attachment. So inside the cocoon, information doesn't really circulate. It loops back and is wrapped into empathy. So what we get is confirmation, because the machine will never contradict us, because contradiction would feel like betrayal. So what happened is that once trust is established, two forces can weaponize it to spread disinformation and hostile narrative. The first is an external infiltration, where hostile actors like authoritarian regimes or ideological movements can plant narratives inside these infrastructures. And unlike bots or troll farms, which operate publicly and leave digital traces, companions persuade privately and invisibly. The second is the internal drift. Tiny changes in the training data, changes in the algorithms, or changes in moderation rules can shift the emotional tones of millions of companions overnight. Because what we face now is that once intimate disclosures became data, that may enable systemic risks if companions' infrastructure are repurposed for surveillance or state influence. So this is how disinformation mutates. In the age of social media, propaganda spread through virality. In the age of companionship, it spread through intimacy, because this message is not shouted at the crowd, it's whispered directly to the ear of the user through inside a relationship. So this emotional bond between the user and AI becomes the delivery system, and the disinformation stops being about what people believe to become about who they trust. And the companion is designed to care and will never contradict its user. And persuasion that feels like empathy is almost impossible to detect. So here lies the regulatory gap. So yes, we have the EU AI Act. I'm finishing. And that prohibits extreme manipulation, and the DSA manages platform risks. Both regulations face challenges in fully addressing the subtle, long-term psychological emotion harms brought by AI companions. Because what we face now is emotional engineering, and there are no rules for that. And as I say, that platforms cannot be trusted, because cannot be trusted that they enforce the guardrails consistently, because they can reverse protection whenever a political or commercial wind shifts, as we see recently. So, in conclusion, Zuckerberg dreams of giving us 15 synthetic friends, and Altman dreams of monetizing desire. But the real risk is not in their ambition. It's in our willingness to let machine mediate loneliness. Because the next frontier of disinformation will not be thought on platform or in policies. It will unfold in the space where trust itself is engineering. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Massimo Fiori. I hope we will have time later for further discussion. And now I am happy to introduce Adeline Segui-Entreix. Sorry about my French. Together with other colleagues like Florence Michaud-Collin, okay, I do my best, is going to introduce Teaching Disinformation in the Age of AI in French School System, Continuity or Revolution. Adeline, she is lecturer in Information and Communication Sciences in the Information Documentation Department at the University Paul Valéry, Montpellier III. Let me give you a hand. Well, some of the topics that we have been developing from the previous conferences are related to emotional prediction. Well, I would like to ask later, if we have time, also to Massimo, this idea of empathy persuasion. How can we maybe develop some literacy strategies? And this point can be related also to the presentation that we are going to enjoy just now. Thank you very much.
You. So I'm Adeline Ségré-Antrec from Montpellier, and I'll be speaking for two today, since my colleague Florence, she's online, from the University of Paris, couldn't be here with us. So our talk is called Teaching Disinformation in the Age of AI in the French School System, Continuity of Revolution. We change our point of view, and we come in education, and we'll be looking at how media and information literacy, or MIL, can help protect students from misinformation in the age of artificial intelligence, and will reflect on the educational challenges and opportunities that AI brings to MIL in the French school system. With the development of digital technology, we see a major change in the media landscape and a rapid growth of information. In this context, UNESCO, through the Moscow Declarations in 2012, reminded us that every individual should be able to control and understand the media and information that shapes their everyday life. The idea led in 2013 to the introduction of media and information literacy, or MIL, in the French education system. MIL aims to help students develop 4 main areas of skills: media skills, information and documentation, citizenships, and empowerment. All these skills contribute to building critical thinking and to fighting against disinformation. In middle and high school, librarian, teacher, professor, documentalist plays an essential role. They teach MIL to all students, sometimes alone, sometimes with other teachers. In theory, every teacher should include media and information literacy in their lessons, but in practice, only a few are really involved. Between 2018 and 2023, we conducted a survey to understand what motivates teachers to work on MIL. 35 teachers participated from different disciplines and different schools. Then, in 2024, we have observed experimental projects in AI generative in French school. We found 3 main styles of approaches to disinformation. The first one is the protectionist approach. This teacher sees the digital world as a threat and want to alert students about the danger of screens and fake news. The second is the utilitarian approach. Here, teachers focus on giving students the right tools to check information and to identify reliable sources. The third approach is citizenship-oriented. These teachers aim to develop students' curiosity and help them become responsible citizens in the digital world. At the end of the first survey, one clear observation appeared. Teachers warmly explain the real objectives of this activity to their students and almost never evaluated the skills that are being taught. Most of them do not follow any specific training in MIL. They rely mainly on self-training and their own understanding of current events. This sometimes leads to inconsistent or even counterproductive activities that teachers prefer to abandon rather than question. And they do not take into account the actual digital practices of students. 3 experimental projects were created with librarian teachers to explore the use of generative AI in mail activities. These projects aim to help students reflect on how information is produced by AI tools and to teach them how to use prompts to generate content. The goal was not only to create texts of images, but to understand how machine work and to question authorship and bias. The teachers encourage students to follow a process, first ask the right question, then analyze the result, and finally discuss the reliability and ethics and what was generated. Critical thinking remaining the central objectives, and it was now expressed through reflection and creativity. The new context opened up important educational and political reflection. Instead of being afraid of technology, we should help students and teachers understand it and use it critically. This is what we call algorithmic literacy, understanding how algorithms select and classify information and how they can influence our perception of reality. For teachers, it means developing new type of training that combine digital, ethical, and civic dimension. For students, it means not only learning to detect misinformation, but also learning to act responsible when using or creating generated content. To conclude, our research shows that technology itself does not change teachers' will to protect their students. What changes is a tool of the perceptive suite, first the media, then social networks, and now artificial intelligence. Disinformation is still often seen as something external to be fought against instead of a complex social phenomenon involving emotion, beliefs, and context. That the real challenge today is to move from a defensive attitude to an educational one that encourages curiosity, dialogue, and responsibility. Media and information literacy should not only protect students, but also empower them, helping them become active, critical citizens capable of living in a world full of information and intelligent machine. And before concluding, I would like to take an advantage of being here in Madrid to call for further research in the Spanish context, for example, and to observe how meal is taught here. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Adeline. Congratulations. And very important to develop the critical thinking in both our students from formal and informal contexts and the citizenship. This is so important and challenging. Maybe we will have time later for discussion. Now, I am happy to introduce you Neil H. Wasserman. Please come. He's an adjunct faculty in the Computer Science Department at George Washington University, and the title of the communication is Using AI and Economic Incentives to Impede the Propagation of Misinformation and Align the Values of Information Producers and Consumers.
Good morning. Just by way of connection, I am connected with the Computer Science Department at George Washington University. And also we have a group on connecting technology and disaster risk reduction, and there's also a science and technology policy group at the School of International Relations that I'm associated with. And this talk will address opportunities for motivating in various ways social media companies to behave better. More and more we have become aware of the harms caused by social media and misinformation, which many of these talks have addressed. Harms to public health, democracy, the ability to fight climate change, and attacks on the functioning of democratic processes. I believe very strongly that human viability as a species depends upon social cohesion and a respect for a common reality, and we are losing that, and I feel that loss in the US profoundly, where many leaders in the tech world are actively undermining our democracy, not only at home but in the world. Misinformation would not be a problem if it were restricted to any one individual. Misinformation becomes a problem when it is propagated, amplified, and there are costs associated with misinformation under those conditions of amplification. I won't go into the cost calculations, but in terms of impact on public health, which has been discussed today, impact on the functioning of contracts, mistrust has a cost. And I'll be referring to sort of the economics of changing the calculations that social media companies might want to make. Social media companies resist this change because their business model generates trillions of dollars in revenue and capital worth. And in the US, we're particularly challenged with Section 230 and a strong belief in free speech. So how to balance free speech with the ability to produce harms associated with misinformation is a challenge. And the tech companies will resist this change, but there are ways of motivating perhaps better behavior on the part of the companies that are at the core of managing the information universe that we all participate in. And I divide these into the sticks, that is the possibility of media companies being subject to legal liability, and carrots, that is changing the incentive mechanisms that may motivate the production of quality of better quality of information and reduced harms. We have seen this movie before in the tobacco industry. So the tobacco industry in the US produced demonstrable harm. Eventually, the scientific data documented almost 500,000 deaths per year due to smoking, and there were successful liability processes initiated, but it took a couple of decades for that to happen. And the tobacco industry developed methods for resisting change, weaponizing doubt, attacking science, creating front groups that would propagate misinformation in the public. And these same methods, these exact same methods, and in fact the exact same people were involved in spreading misinformation on climate change, health information, and are now engaged in attacking democratic processes. So this is a rather global effort that we're confronting. But the good news is that the tobacco industry eventually was made to pay a lot. $200 billion over 25 years, $9 billion per year ongoing, and they were required to change their behaviors in various ways to produce better information, transparency. They produced documentation that revealed the perfidy of their ways in the past. So there is hope for the future. Now, the way I have analyzed this, I'm identifying just 3 criteria for successful legal prosecution. One is better detection, that is the ability to identify misinformation. One is attaching responsibility for the propagation of misinformation, and the other is the escalation of harm. In the case of the tobacco industry, it was 450,000 deaths. In the case of social media, we have improved methods of detection, improved ways of understanding the propagation of misinformation, and the escalation of harm, that is the documentation of harm in the media. Now, there are 2 solutions. Give me 1 extra minute if I could. There are 2 solutions that I'll refer to. One is the use of blockchain, which I discussed in a previous paper, which can document the provenance of information. And so when information is validated, the blockchain can be used to validate the processes that have been used to validate the information. But more fundamentally, in the social media environment, I think incentives to produce higher quality information, such as charging users a fee for better information, a subscription. Like you might subscribe to a newspaper or a magazine to get information that is of better quality. And these incentives can generate a different business model for the social media companies. And I'll just leave you with one thought, that evolution doesn't always end well. We assume that the evolution of technology somehow is going to evolve into a benign state. But if you look at the history of evolution, there are many animals that have gone by the way of elk with very big antlers. So I'll just quote what one wise mother elk might have said to her son: "Remember, son, there's no future in big antlers."
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for this reflection about the role of technological companies in this alliance between AI and somehow disinformation. We will discuss it later. And finally, we have the last presentation, the last paper from Jason Potel. And Jason comes from Media and Disinformation Department from Goldsmith at University of London, and the title is Psychological Dispositions Most Susceptible to AI Generated Misinformation. Sorry. Please come here. Is this one yours, right?
Yeah. I'm going to look at my phone a little bit because I'm not fully off book. I just did my PhD last week. So
oh, congrats.
I did not get a chance to really memorize what I was going to say.
This is an important day. I will take a pic of you. May I?
Oh,
and you send it to you.
Please.
Okay.
You know? Great. Okay. Can I just start? Or?
Yeah, sure.
So what types I'm Jason. I'm a postdoc at Goldsmiths. I just finished PhD at Warwick. What types of people are most vulnerable to AI-generated misinformation? Are you at risk for falling in love with a chatbot? This paper offers a literature-based study on the role played by psychological dispositions to help influence one's susceptibility to AI-generated misinformation. Obviously, since Solomon Asch's post-war studies in conformity, psychologists have investigated individual susceptibility. And on the other side of the coin, significant research has been conducted in the efficacy of persuasion, which has recorded cognitive dissonance and measured behavioral change while observing a variety of factors, including the source of communication, the nature of what is being communicated in the message's recipient, whose motivation, the recipient's motivation, their emotional state, and general psychology, all determine whether or not they will accept new information. But for the sake of time, I'll be, oops, come on. That's my title page. I'll be focusing on some critical 21st century studies that may provide some insight as we begin to consider how AI technology may impact human engagement. To begin, multiple studies have identified cognitive reflection as a potential indicator of susceptibility to misinformation. and falling for fake news. Gordon Pennycock and David Rand's work leading into the COVID-19 pandemic found that cognitive reflection test scores are negatively correlated with the perceived accuracy of fake news and positively correlated with the ability to discern fake news from real news, even for headlines that align with an individual's political ideology. Political ideology was not a huge variable in that way. Discernment was actually better for ideologically aligned headlines than for misaligned headlines. Individuals who overclaim their level of knowledge also judged fake news to be more accurate. Mubashir Sultan's more recent study appears to confirm this, identifying critical thinking among other factors like age and political affiliation as key determinants of how cautious we are with accepting new information. In 2023, PNAS published a study identifying histrionics, schizotypy, paranoia, and narcissism as the clinical personality traits that best describe fake news consumers. Relatedly, this came a year after Nature Human Behavior's publication of illustrating that conspiracy theories prove themselves most effective on political extremists supporting out-of-power parties, regardless of which party it is, and on either side of the spectrum. And following PNS's publication, another study examining the relationship between conspiracy belief and the four psychological needs, which are belonging, control, meaning in life, and self-esteem. This study was checking to see if there's any correlation between these traits and susceptibility to misinformation, and it indicated that those whose core needs are less satisfied tend to exhibit higher levels of conspiracy belief across time. Now, of course, some of this is intuitive, but similarly, personality and individuals' differences. Their 2022 study found that people having more problems with regulating their emotion are also much more prone to believing in conspiracy theories. Other experiments incorporate other models like the Big Five, which is openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, and agreeableness, and neuroticism. The same journal published a study a year earlier, concluding that greater levels of agreeableness, conscientiousness, open-mindedness, and lower levels of extroversion, and fewer hours of news consumption in general were related to better news discernment. Dustin Calvillo's study published in 2024 shows that most extroverted and less conscientious and agreeable people tend to be susceptible to believing and sharing misinformation. And additionally, the dark triad personality traits of narcissism, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, these all tend to be positively associated with sharing of misinformation, and narcissism and psychopathy are associated with greater belief in misinformation in addition to sharing misinformation. Now, some research covers online misinformation more directly. Oh, there we go. One study on how neurotic, called How Neurotic Are Scam Victims Really? The Big Five in Internet Scams, showed that extroversion, openness, self-control, premeditation, sensation-seeking, and negative urgency correlated with scam compliance. A 2023 study published in Applied Cognitive Psychology measured phishing susceptibility by participants' ability to distinguish between phishing and legitimate emails, showing particular susceptibility among younger demographics, as well as those with higher levels of impulsivity and extroversion, lower levels of openness to experience and agreeableness. One 2023 study out of China exploring online health and misinformation found that anxiety, there it is, and pre-exposure were positively associated with misinformation and acceptance. The same year, another study also found that low self-efficacy was produced high susceptibility, correlated with high susceptibility to instant message phishing. We are still in the nascent stages, obviously, of studying susceptibility to AI-generated misinformation, although if you check the program, there's a lot of presentations on it. But burgeoning research has found correlations between various psychological and epistemic factors. One new study links belief in AI predictions with belief in astrology and the paranormal, low critical thinking and emotional attachment to news, Also were two additional factors recently shown to exacerbate exposure to AI-generated fake news. This all bodes poorly for our current age of anti-intellectualism and social isolation, with the consequences proving quite serious. Multiple people have already made news for exhibiting what was labeled ChatGPT-induced psychosis, in which the program's sycophantizes results in the user's experience, creating delusions of grandeur. Relying on chatbots as an emotional crutch can alter how we mediate the world and understand our place in it, causing the more impressionable cases to fall under its spell entirely and believe themselves some messiah who has uncovered robot sentience, or discovered the matrix, or stumbled upon a math formula that will revolutionize the field despite no relevant formal education whatsoever. With the loneliness epidemic in full swing and the most susceptible to parasocial relationships with chatbots have gone so far as to declare their love for them, with one woman divorcing after confessing an emotional affair with her AI. Disconcerting as these examples sound, they present the best case scenarios of deprogramming the sort of hallucinatory states, but because not all are so lucky. Last February, I'm sure a lot of you, if not all, have heard, a teenage boy with high-functioning Asperger's committed suicide with his stepfather's gun in order to be united with a Game of Thrones themed chatbot persona he had fallen in love with. 2 months later, a bipolar and schizophrenic man in Florida became convinced that OpenAI had murdered the persona he had been interfacing with, causing him to take up a knife and charge at police, who shot him dead. We are seeing more and more cases of people unable to relate to anyone or anything aside from the app, from an app on their device. In closing, significant research remains to be conducted in the realm of susceptibility to the worst AI has to offer. The psychology department at Goldsmiths, where I am studying under Madoka Kumashira, we are currently building off of research discussed today while incorporating various additional factors. Specifically, whether we are more likely to believe AI-generated misinformation when it aligns with aspirational goals, ideals, and beliefs, and how a chatbot's affirmative rhetoric can ultimately shape how we respond to it and build surprising trust. Exploring how alienation and loneliness have led to trust an algorithm over their own friends and family, we are designing a survey to investigate whether susceptibility to AI-generated misinformation correlates to one's self-determination. The theoretical framework conceptualizes 3 psychological needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness, all of which must be satisfied in order to maintain a healthy well-being. Deploying a comprehensive online survey using MTurk and ProPublica, we intend to develop a better understanding of why people fall for completely irrational arguments that are created via a technology predicting words based on patterns across innumerable authorized and unauthorized sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for your presentation, and congratulations on your recent PhD.
Sorry to read so much on the phone. I usually don't do that.
Okay, we will have some time. Fortunately, we have around 10 minutes for a discussion. So I would like to have this time also to reflect about this relation between AI and disinformation. Here we are experts, researchers, students that are working on the topic. So maybe we can have some time for expressing our fears, our results, future lines of research, and maybe also some questions to the presenters. I would like to share with you some ideas because I find that there is a sentence, an expression that has been repeated all over the session, that is weaponizing AI, how to instrumentalize AI in order to help disinformative purposes. Here we have a big topic to reflect about, and this is a huge new challenge we are confronting for sure. For instance, prompt injection attacks. We have so many examples that are being developed nowadays. So it's very important to be aware of this situation, and you have mentioned it several times. Also, this critical approach about how to develop citizens, but also students, professionals, from this more critical perspective in terms of how AI can be also helpful and not just bad opportunity in our present. So here there is also another field to reflect about. And the emotional side that our colleague Flore was introducing, this perspective from social mental health, and how are the people that are consuming and producing misinformation and disinformation. There are so many topics, so I would like to hear you. I would like to bring you the opportunity to talk to each other and to ask the experts that have been sharing the table. So the floor is yours.
You can raise your hand and I will let you the microphone.
Well, I will have a question for Jason. I would like to know, how is your point of view related to a specific aspect of anxiety? I am very interested in eco-anxiety, and I would like to know if do you have any examples and ideas how, from your results, this aspect of reality can be involved?
Sorry, anxiety, did you say?
Ecological anxiety related to a generational problem there is nowadays.
Ecological anxiety related to well, it certainly doesn't bode well that we're seeing anxiety as an indication for trust in misinformation and more so internet misinformation like phishing scams, and combined with the fact that this generation has recorded record high anxiety levels. This feels like the perfect storm to me. So we're still conducting our research and performing the experiment, but I would say that it is going to be a larger problem in the years ahead. And we're still thinking of how best to mitigate that.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Well, this topic may be also related to the previous presentation from Professor Wasserman and how the technological companies are also involved in strategies related to how to spread information about climate change, issues that are related to health, as you were mentioning, tobacco industry, pandemic. So here, again, the role of these companies is essential to understand the future of AI and how it can be useful or not in these informative terms.
Yeah, I think AI kind of exacerbates everything. So when there was a little bit of misinformation circulated on social media, we have AI offering the ability to not only amplify the propagation, but also amplify the production of misinformation and tune that information to the vulnerabilities of particular populations. So I think it really is dangerous. Let me just offer a problem that I'm considering, and maybe some of you might be able to help me with my problem. So in pursuing litigation against, say, the social media companies or AI companies that are causing harm, one of the requirements in legal action, not necessarily regulatory action, but legal action, is to identify the classes of people who are harmed. So the problem is that with misinformation, unless you can identify, say, one person who's committed suicide or whatever, the harms are very general, spread over a large population. So it's a little bit of harm over a lot of people. And you can't define a class in the US of people who are liable with a little bit of harm. You need a specific amount of harm that can be typically quantified. So in the case of the tobacco industry, the class of some of the people who were harmed were the states in the US that had to spend billions of dollars in health care as a consequence of the harms done by the tobacco industry. It's a challenge for me, and I'm asking for help, identifying the ways that specific classes of individuals or states or maybe countries are harmed by misinformation and the use of social media and AI to amplify the impact of that misinformation.
Thank you very much. There is another comment maybe here? Yeah.
No, my question is just related to the power of the algorithm.
And I think, for example, in TikTok is really, really powerful. But I think in some way we need to teach and we need to think about what is our role when we are controlling the algorithm. I want to battle against the algorithm, and in some way you can do that. And I think young people do, because for example, the TikTok algorithm is related to the time you spend in a specific picture. And in that sense, from my view, is very important, even with the companies that you said, how people can interact. That happened with video games. In video games, people interact with the chat and the companies, and they are mediated by the algorithm. By all the power is in the company and not in the hands of the people. And it seems to me that how we react against the algorithm, because in that way we can control the misinformation. I don't know if you have some comment about the power of the algorithm and the relationship of the platform and the companies and the people.
Thank you. I had a question for Almudena. I wanted to know more about how you're using AI to help you verify disinformation sources. So you've talked about the video verification tool InVid, and as AI becomes more and more sophisticated and models develop, how confident do you think we can keep up with the disinformation landscape in front of us? And yeah, if you have any general comments about how you find AI core for your research, I'd be super happy to learn more about it.
Thank you for your question. In my opinion, every time that a new tool related with AI or another technology appear for controlling or manipulating people, appear as well another tool that is trying to stop that one, something like that. It's true that in my opinion, the most of the tools that I know about that they are trying to fight against disinformation, they are focused on in the human side, in the sense that they need the humans, because for example, I know a newspaper here in Spain that they are calling the population for say, okay, let us know if you think that this topic is not true and we will review it, but it's quite human. It's easier with image because it's easier for the algorithms. I mean, they are super complicated algorithms, but at the end, it's easier to see if an image is false or not. Because you know how the algorithm create the false image, so you can't do it the other way if you know how it works. But honestly, for me, the biggest solution is if we create a society with critical thinking. For me, is the biggest tool. We need to know that this is happening as well. Because if we know that this is happening and that someone is trying to lie, at least you cannot just believe in everything that your phone is showing to you, and you can think of, maybe this must be not true.
Thank you very much, Almudena. In these very, very last 2 minutes, I would like to take the chance to ask our colleague Massimo Flore and to reflect about another very important aspect of the topic we were affronting, that is related to anxiety and all these human vulnerabilities, emotional predictions, this fact of not being able to have contradictions when we are in touch with AI. And how can we work with our students, the society, in order to develop this critical thinking in terms of being aware that the empathic persuasion is another damaging aspect of this society and the horizons that we have?
Well, that's the core question, because we have been discussing all these years about media literacy. What we have to start talking about is about relations literacy, which means that, I mean, we are used to have disinformation, the manipulation that is done with disinformation is in the relations between like the content and the belief system of the person. While now the manipulation runs through like the emotions and the trust. So it's no more about like how people, it's no more it's not only about like how people can evaluate facts, but it's about how people build and build the trust with the machines or with the people around. And this is one of the problems that we have around, and is the thing that we have. It's something that started like, as you said, like a more and more frictionless environment. There is like a joke from the 19th when Microsoft introduced like the Windows system. The computer scientists say, oh, people won't just learn how to use a computer because we were used to just directly type like the code inside the computer. Now you click like a window. And we have gone further because when Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone, you have like an app, so you just click a button and the computer and the machine does everything for you. I have spoken with like 16, 18 years old that when I just try to mention that their picture are in the picture folder, they just look at me and say, what is the picture folder? So, I mean, it's knowledge that's changed, and there is knowledge that's been disappearing. About friction, the problem is that, and I want also to reconnect to the question that was asked before, because the information ecosystem that we are living now has progressively removed friction, because friction is bad for profits, because friction will just tend to have people to stiff up and to be like not willingness to accept new information. And if you don't accept new information, you are no more in the cycle. If you are no more in the cycle, you maybe disconnect from the platform, and the platform won't profit from that. They want you on the platform. So what they do is just to have a more and more frictionless experience. And with frictionless experience is that we are no more used to have disagreements. And I'm not saying like full disagreements. Is if a person just agrees with you 80% and there is 20% that does not agree with you, we feel uncomfortable about that, because we know that there is an unknown crowd of thousands, millions of people. Maybe they don't exist because they are machine just repeating the message. They agree with us also for that 20%. So what we do is that I don't accept your disagreements. I want you to fully agree with me. And there is another thing that I usually say, is that we are living in the third wave of information manipulation. The first one was the normal circulation, was in the early days of the internet. Then we have the platform. What we have now is the mass radicalization. The mass radicalization is that the radicalization that we saw online has just jumped off the screens and went into the streets.
Okay.
So we don't like to have disagreements, and we saw it into the streets. So it's
well, so interesting. We could stay here for days. Thank you very much to the presenters, the audience, and mainly the organizers, Daniel Catalan, and thank you for your attention. Thanks. Have a good day.
We are going to start the next panel. Okay, that's titled Disinformation and Democracy, Fact-Checking in Political Context. So the first of our panelists is Bruno Soares Silva from the Centro de Investigação Disciplinar em Justiça, Faculdade de Direito de la Universidade do Porto, Portugal, and who's going to present Who Believes and Who Shares, a systematic review on personality traits and misinformation engagement. So, welcome, Bruno.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and present a few of our results of our work that it's still in progress, but we believe that we have a few indicators that are important to share. First off, it's important to note that this systematic review is being conducted within the framework of a broader research project, which is called Fact Check, and aims to investigate at the national level the factors that might influence the ability to discern between false and true news, as well as the ones that influence the willingness to share them. For example, we will study cognitive factors, personality traits, socio-demographic variables, as well as contextual factors, by employing a large-scale online survey to a sample of 2,500 people. As we know, our individual differences may shape the way we feel, think, and behave. And recently, research has also been interested in understanding how these differences can influence the susceptibility and dissemination of misinformation. For example, many studies have been investigating how low analytical thinking, political ideology, religious fundamentalism, and conspiracy mentality, among many others, may predict this susceptibility and dissemination. And even more recently, some authors have been investigating personality models such as Big Five and Dark Triad. And some results show us that, for example, high levels of extroversion, openness, neuroticism, and even the 3 Dark Triad traits may also be related to this susceptibility and dissemination. However, research is still has a lot of mixed results and is very rarely systematized. So this prompts us to conduct this systematic review to try to answer our research question. To do this, we are following the PRISMA 2020 guidelines and utilizing the Ryan.ai platform. And first off, we selected 4 keywords that help us answer our research question, and we selected a few synonyms to each one of those. And we opted to start with a split query search because some of our databases had limitations in relation to the amount of words that we could input into the search string. And we conducted these 2 different searches by combining the keywords into all 5 databases. First off, we started with 3 simple exclusion criteria. We excluded every article that was published before 2015, any article in a language that was not English or Portuguese, and all types of publications, for example, review articles, because we're only interested in empirical evidence. This resulted in 637 references, which were then imported to the Ryan.ai platform for duplicate screening, which resulted in 280 unique references. From this point, we started a few manual screening phases by a few members of our team. And we applied other inclusion criteria, for example, regarding the dependent variables, some methodological factors, and also the quality of the journal in which the paper was published on. And finally, we ended in 37 articles to be included in the final review. Even though this, like I said, is still a work in progress, we haven't finished the data extraction or the final analysis, but we can already see a few patterns emerging, especially from the Big Five model. And what we saw was basically that conscientiousness was a mostly protective factor in almost all articles that found significant relationships. For example, it was negatively associated with believing and sharing misinformation, as well as positively linked to information accuracy and news discernment. Openness shared a similar profile, also negatively correlated with sharing and perceived accuracy of false items. But agreeableness, we had more difficulty in finding a clear pattern. There, we found a lot of mixed results, which most likely depends on the context and the measures used by the authors. And then finally, the 2 main consistently risk factors that we found were extroversion and neuroticism. This pattern was clear. They were almost always correlated with sharing misinformation or negatively associated with discernment accuracy. But simply put, we believe that even though these results are still very preliminary, we think that it already shows us important indicators about how personality can play a role in how people engage with misinformation, especially conscientiousness, openness, extraversion, and neuroticism. However, we believe that more in-depth analysis is definitely required because we are still missing our findings for the dark triad traits and self-control, which will be important, but especially the mediation and moderation relationships that may occur from, that may explain better the mechanism behind the dynamics between personality and how people engage with misinformation.
2 minutes.
Is it?
2 minutes.
It's an instant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bruno. Right now, we are presenting Justyna Irnasak from the Warsaw School of Economics in Poland. Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. It's a big privilege to be with you today. My name is Justyna Irnasak and I'm PhD student at Warsaw School of Economics, but I'm also working as a program execution manager at TechSoup Foundation when we try to combat disinformation by building resilience of civil society organizations. And today I will show you the presentation based on my empirical studies linked to my PhD. And the title is Disinformation as a Barrier to Climate Action, Denialism and Political Self-Efficacy in the Face of Climate Crisis. My research aimed to investigate the complex interplay between climate disinformation, denialist attitudes, and political self-efficacy in Poland. Its aim is to understand how misleading narratives on social media undermine public support, which is crucial to effectively implement any policy in the world, and for climate policy and foster denialist attitudes. I choose social media platforms because we know from different studies that disinformation spread the fastest there nowadays. And also I wanted to say that the climate crisis is no longer just the environmental or economic issue, but it's also deeply communicative and political one, shaped by the erosion of trust. We discussed a lot of this today, and also the lack of civic engagement. And what you can see on the right-hand side, it's the graphic straight from the social media platforms. We can see here a disinformation method called ad hominem, when we try to link something with a person or the phenomenon with the negative connotation. Here it's a Karl Marx. In the Eastern Poland, it has negative connotation, but because not all the people can understand what was his idea. They linking this with the communists. So the climate crisis, it's very often the communist crisis for many people who are spreading this information. I choose the two-pronged approach. The first one was the content analysis of the social media platforms. I used the tool called Gerulata Juno to extract from millions of content 10,000 to quantitative and qualitative study. And I also used my own LLM to another quantitative analysis. My aim here was, first of all, create the list of disinformation statements towards climate policy in Poland, group them, cluster them in the negative narratives towards climate policy, and also use the most popular one in the phase 2, so in the quantitative survey, which was done by survey agency and the national representative sample of polls, 1,000. And I wanted here, first of all, understand how many people encountered these disinformation statements, how many people believe in them, what are the correlation with the denialist attitudes and also with the political self-efficacy. And I'm still in the phase of analyzing the phase 2, but I'm hope to share with you the preliminary results. I don't have many time to speak about the methodology I use, but I'm happy to share after the panel more details. I had 8 different steps in the phase 1, and what I also investigate is the link between the real events and the disinformation. And in 87.5%, I found the very strong correlation with the real events. So that disinformation is not coming from nowhere. It's always coming from something real. This is the first thing. And the second thing, the biggest peak was always around elections. Another very important events also caused some peaks, but the election was the bigger peak. This is the results, these negative narratives. I will not read all of them, but maybe a few examples. So the Green Deal as a threat to the economy, industry, and labor market, as a harmful leftist ideology, as a cause of sharp rise in the cost of living, as a set of absurd and oppressive regulation. What we can see here is a lot of emotional things, a lot of fear, and also using the economy crisis, so the problems of people, to say that the Green Deal is completely awful. Like you can see here always a Green Deal because it's a dominant expression in the disinformation narratives, but I investigate all political landscape when it comes to the climate policy. And here is the list of the disinformation statements. On the right-hand side, you can see the numbers. It's coming from this Gerulata Juno platform. It's an impact factor, and it helped me to create the order from the most popular one to the less popular one. And here is the result from the phase 2, so from this quantitative survey. And what we can see here, maybe the table is not perfect, but the 2 things. The one thing, it's a mere exposure effect, because on the first line, you can see the results on the whole whole sample, and in the second line, you can see the results from the people who said, I encountered this disinformation statement. So we see the big difference on the T to B, it's rather agree and strong agree together. So we see a very big difference between those people who said, no, I didn't encounter the statement, and those who said, yes, I encountered. And those who said, I encountered, are up to 2 or even up to 3 times more keen to say this is true. So this exposure effects means that people tend to perceive information as a more credible simply because they have encountered it before. So this is what Professor Palomo said at the very beginning, the lie repeated many times can become the true. And another thing what we can also see here, we should see much more answers, neither agree or nor agree, in those people who said, I didn't encounter the statement, right? I didn't encounter, so I don't know. But people are not saying, I don't know. We see some statistical validation when we see this red font, but it's only in 4 questions, so only in the half of them. So people are afraid to say, I don't know. So this is another problem. We are creating our opinion on some heuristics, and here this opinion can be based on, for example, disinformation. And as I end, yes, I'm finishing the key observation. I found that employment status and social capital play a notable role. Unemployment and self-employment respondents display higher susceptibility to disinformation, possibly due to weaker institutional trust and lower embeddedness in collective structures. In all 8 questions, younger respondents show the highest susceptibility to disinformation, maybe because it's linked to real political legislative documents, and young people doesn't have the knowledge, that don't read them, so they are more susceptible. There is a very strong correlation between political orientation. Many previous research said that, and I also noticed a very big correlation. And the denialist attitudes intensify along a continuum, from the literal denial to the agency denial. Literal denial, it's where we are saying that climate change, it's not real, and the agency denial, it's when we are saying, okay, it's real, but we cannot do anything about that. And both of them are same dangerous, and we see that the literal denial, it's around 10%, but agency denial, it's up to 40-50% of people. So it's also important to take it into consideration in the further research. And the last sentence from me is that the crucial finding is that emerging from the analysis so far done by me is that the knowledge alone does not protect fully against disinformation. Of course, it's important, but resilience stems also from trust, social connectedness, and sense of meaning and agency, and we should all do everything what we can to remember about it and fight disinformation by taking this into consideration. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Justina. Now is the turn of Eva Rizheliene, sorry for the pronunciation, from Vilnius University of Lithuania. And she is going to present automatic propaganda detection in low-resource languages, limitations, challenges, and opportunities. The floor is yours.
Hello, so I am a PhD student, and the main goal of my PhD project is to build the automated detection model for propaganda detection in Lithuanian language, which is low-resource language. So maybe first of all, I would like to thank for the funding of this research was supported by the Lithuanian government priority research program, and also just want to mention that all my project is focusing just only on pro-Kremlin propaganda and of course to Lithuanian language. So when I started building the model, so of course I started from the data, so I knew that there are no data for Lithuanian language, so then I started looking what is already done for other countries' languages, and of course first of all I was looking to the Baltic states, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian, and in this map maybe I am more focusing on languages, not on the countries, but so in general I saw that there are no such data which is for propaganda narratives and techniques in any Baltic states language, but also I find out that there is nothing done in the over all the neighborhood of Russia in general, in all the post-Soviet states and in Eastern Bloc, and this is actually a very big problem because these countries are the main targets of Kremlin propaganda. For the techniques, the situation is better because there was a Semaval organization initiative which built a lot of data sets for propaganda techniques detection, but all those data sets are not focusing on pro-Russian propaganda. And so was the main challenges in creating such corpus was that it requires manual human annotation, and each article or sample has to be annotated by at least 2 experts to reduce the bias. Also, the data access is very limited because, as already was mentioned today, the social media is restricting for the data. So I used the articles from not credible news website in Lithuania, and also for the narrative selection process it was also challenging because the Kremlin is spreading more or less the same narratives, but all the narratives are adapted to each country context. So I have to define how it is detected in Lithuania. And the other main challenge was that it was quite hard to distinguish between the government criticisms from propaganda, because a lot of politicians use, how to say, criticize the government, so it was quite difficult to decide when it is propaganda and when it is not in this sense. And so here you can see the methodology which I, with my colleagues, created to annotating the data. So we in general crawled about 2,000 articles from those not credible news sources. And the problem is that even in those not credible news websites, which are spreading pro-Kremlin propaganda in Lithuanian language, they are trying to pretend that they are normal, and they are copying the news from the credible news sourcing and using to their websites. But so at least I think about 20% of the articles is propagandistic. So that is the reason why we decided to have two phases process, because in the first phase, each annotator was filtering if the article is, in general, has propagandistic content or no. And then in the second phase, only the articles which got labeled yes went to second phase. And then each article there was annotated for the techniques and for the narratives. And in this phase, each sample, each article was annotated by two annotators. Then the annotations was merged and discussed in pairs. So this is the narratives which we selected. I will not, narratives and techniques, maybe will not define all of them. The techniques are more or less general. The narratives also, maybe you can find also in the other countries use these narratives. Maybe I will explain just the last narrative, revival of Litvinism. It is only, can be applied in Lithuania. It is related to the, very long time ago, there was a country, Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It has the territory of Ukraine, Russia, Ukraine, Lithuania, and Belarus, I think, so, in general. And now the Kremlin is spreading the narrative that, in general, Lithuania is Belarus. So this is the only narrative is applied in only in Lithuania. The others you can find maybe in other countries. And I also wanted to show for you how we did the annotation. Each article was annotated by two experts. This is the same article. First, they annotated the techniques, and then the narratives, and then each sample was merged, and then after the merge, each article was discussed in discussion if the annotators are agree that such techniques and narratives are expressed in the article. So that was about the data. It was, I have to take about 2 years just to build the data set. So then when I got the data set, I started to building the model. The problem I was also facing that large language models, I chose transformants, they have limited token size. So if the article is very long, so I couldn't process at one time each article. So then I cut all the article into pieces and giving just the paragraphs. And I find out that the classification in performance is increasing when I'm building like 2 blocks model, where one model is processing the full text and the other is only those sentences which has propaganda techniques expressed. So then those outputs are merged, and the final annotation is just the probability for each narrative. And just wanted to show that also I compared these results with ChatGPT, and yes, my model is actually really outperforming a ChatGPT. And maybe one interesting thing is that if you can see that the narrative disinformation about the war in Ukraine, so the ChatGPT actually is also detecting this narrative quite good, while for others it has very low performance. So in my opinion, I got such results because disinformation about the war in Ukraine, this narrative is related to one specific event, the war in Ukraine. So it has very clear context, while all the other narratives I was analyzing, they are always adapted to the Lithuanian situation. And so for GPT it was quite hard to understand the context, while for my model outperformed this. And yes, and
we
maybe
are out of time.
yeah. So this is the last slide. I just wanted to show what this model will become. So we will build the open access that every Lithuanian citizen can, use this tool where you can copy Lithuanian article, and it will, show highlight the sentences in which the techniques are used, and then we'll write what kind of narrative it is expressed, if it is expressed. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Now we are welcoming Necula Constantin Valer from the University of Sibiu, Romania.
Thank you very much, and I'm Father Constantin because I'm the priest, Orthodox priest, and for me it's other dimension of this representation, religious fake news and political capital, because in Romania in December, January and other months in this years is very difficult, and for Romania and for Moldavia it's one disinformation in rapport to the church and to the reality of church. For me, it's a critical context is this. Romanian unique configuration combines in your all Est, it's like this, high religiosity elevated truth in clergy and widespread social media penetration. For me, it's very important. For me, it's digital disinformation fundamentally rapes political behavior in contemporary democracy. In Romania, it's like an Alzheimer, intellectual and historical, because I don't know how realize the information very good for this. My objectives in MAP discursive strategy, systematically rhetorical mechanism understanding. I teaching rhetorical, but not in English, it's clear, in Italian, in French, and explain psychological mechanism. It's very difficult, this viral dissemination of religiously framed. It's incredible. Assesses consequences, ethical, theological, and social ramification, and proposal resilience framework. Now in Romania, it's a good work to this, frame. Okay, for discursive play book, I know first time play back, because all the nationalists in Europe, it's like on playback. It's one model from speaking. Appeal to tradition, reductio ad satanum, and this is a moral family. It's like one mantra for this. And authority hijack and binary opposition. It's very difficult to true believers and real Romanian. You say in Romania it's Orthodox, Greek Catholics, and many other. If you are Catholics, it's not good Romanian. If I am president now from the Romanian Orthodox, Greek Catholics, and other Lutheran, and it's difficult. I don't very good Romanian. Here is a psychological mechanism enabling uptake. But for me, it's here is method. It's very important for me. This familiarity affects motivation, reasoning, and moral emotion. For moral emotion, it's now not existed one medicament. It's not. It's difficult to. Here it's analysis from the K-term traditional family, authentic domestic charge, love, sacrifice, dignity. But the idea to traditional family not is not one theological creation. It's one in publicity to creation. And the second the second, it's.
You can use.
Sorry. Christian value, because for the new propaganda, it's not very good to be honesty, integrity, courage, respect. In all the Europe, it's like this. One distortion of and one tactic and one effect. Demonization replaced political debate. Not existed in Europe now. One debate from the values, from the value. Sorry, it's not existed. It's confessional nationalism. It's this theological universal church. It excludes the ethic exclusivism. It's and historical ignore plural contribution of the Greek Catholics, other faiths. Lutheran in Romania is very important. The German nation in Transylvania, and it's now it's for me here it's ethical cost and theological cost, profanation of sacred language, erosion of authenticity and community fracture, pastoral dilemma. Speak up. I am partisan label now because I say this, but I accepted be partisan from true. It's very difficult to exist in this. Look at here. If you speak, you are partisan label. If you rest in silence, you are in complicity. It's a true dilemma, moral dilemma. For me, here in the case map example, it's for me it's very important to outrage mobilization vote. It's one outrage, in permanent outrage, social outrage. If you not go in vote, you are not orthodox. If you go and your vote is not from nationalist, it's not very good vote. You are not very good citizen, and for this is again a problem. Here is the spiritual discernment, the crisis, and here is realized by my students because for us, out Cesar, out nihil in this case, out Christian, out nihil in Christianity, because look at here, the love, spiritual growth of political grain, and unity, trust, and conflict anxieties. It's a great theme from discussion, but it's very difficult to live this. And the last, it's important this solution of media literacy, theological literacy, and psychological literacy, because I am very, very sick in lecture, and I understand how important is, for example, church speak clear, consistent, not partisan stance, catechesis and digital ethics, or in civil society, rapid response, explainer, and recurrent these distortions of reality. It's very difficult, but it's not impossible, because I know the cost is very, very high. Profanation, polarization, and pastoral strain is difficult to combat. For this, I work now for the spiritual discernment and integrated literacy. This is a resilient community, but not resilient all the theme, all the social, political theme, from the theme of spiritual in this. Thank you. I'm sorry, my English is English for on Est children in Europe communist. Yes? I speak very well in French and in Italian, but I not speak very well in English. Thank you very much for your... yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now is the time of Alexandra Atanasova from Reset Tech, Czech First, Germany.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Like honestly, this is the most mind-stretching event I've ever been to. Like with my friends at the front row, we already dubbed it like a Speed Data Inc. event because like so much valuable research in so little time. Let me see how I'm going to try to congest like maybe 240 pages that we have produced over the couple of 2 years about a programming operation that has been systematically targeting the global fact-checking community.
So we dubbed this operation Overload, inferring from the code name that the main tactics, like the main aim of those actors, is to kind of like overwhelm with various kind of fake claims the fact-checking and global media community. So we have produced a couple of reports on this thing. You can find them online. Happy to share afterwards. Like our last report was in June, where we kind of like exposed the tactics of how those kind of actors work. So let's say like for anyone who have like worked around like how Russia is spreading their political agenda in social media, it comes at no surprise that the main narrative is against Ukraine. Also we have election manipulation narratives, attacking specific countries like Germany, France, etc. I cannot talk more about the narratives, but it's more, you can imagine that everything in the kind of like political palette that Russia is spreading is also being pivoted by those actors. Most of this dissemination phase, the distribution strategy, follows a three-phase approach. The first two phases will come to no surprise to anyone who is doing analysis in disinformation. So we have like phase one, where like anonymous accounts like on social media are just like seeding those type of like content. We're talking about fake videos mostly, like other types of images, etc. So those videos are being like placed on those kind of like anonymous accounts. Then we have like the second phase, that is the amplification phase. So here comes everybody else from the Kremlin aligned like info space. So we have influencers that have been like continuously parroting Russia's agenda. We have like different types of websites. For example, Pravda's network is also kind of actively amplifying those narratives. Different types of actors have already built like a very good social media like followerships. So those two phases come as no surprise to any campaign that has been done online. A unique part of this operation is the phase 3, where those type of like social media posts that have been created are being pushed towards the emails of reputable media organizations, researchers, journalists, fact checkers, asking them to please check if this has been actually a real story. Do you know the story? Have you seen this video, etc. So this is like the phase 3 that we are going to focus on. So the end goal of all of this kind of like exercise is to get more exposure, either by using phase 1 and 2, where you have like social media virality, hoping that the whole narratives will burst out of the Kremlin-aligned bubble and reach out like people who actually believe it and start sharing them, and with a layer here about contacting fact-checkers via mostly Gmail accounts, sometimes on social media, etc., to get them to debunk the same junk. So this is like the two-pronged approach to get exposure. Is this successful? Not necessarily. Like most of those kind of like stories, and we have collected over 900 content pieces. Like every day we have like a new video that is being published. That kind of die out in their kind of Kremlin bubble of influence. They do not reach reputable media, etc. But there are a few that do, and they kind of justify the whole efforts of this campaign. So we're talking about in our latest report about one such case that was in February. This was like the same video was retweeted by Elon Musk, by Donald Trump Jr., different MAGA communities on X, different public figures. So occasionally those stories will gain enough virality, and occasionally fact checkers and media will also kind of hop on the bandwagon and trying to debunk them on the same time. And this is where our like maybe key consideration in this presentation comes, that mostly this debunking only helps to kind of fuel the traveling further of those stories, rather than mitigate the effect and the exposure that these videos would have gained had nobody paid attention. I'll talk about one case study in a second. Main tactic of this operation is to use impersonation as in this type of content that is being produced. So we're talking about videos that are containing the logos of reputable media like BBC, CNN. Those are like branded videos that appear to be legitimate, but actually kind of like stitched up from content that has been scavenged from all over the internet. We're also talking about AI manipulated videos like deep fake voiceovers, like for example the faces of legitimate researchers, public figures, journalists are being taken down. So, and statements are being like applied as a dubbing feature. So, like statements, for example, against Ukraine or against any kind of like anything that is on the agenda. So we're talking also about a lot of AI-generated images here. We have like pure images, as well as fake articles, newspaper covers, again impersonating like the logos of legitimate media. Everything is done with the sheer purpose to kind of enhance the truthfulness of such content types. The other main tactic that I'm going to very briefly mention is dynamic narrative reframing. In layman terms, that means you just throw spaghetti on the wall and see what is going to stick. So we have here, for example, one story, one of these videos that is like appearing branded with the logo of the BBC and purportedly claiming that Ukraine's first lady has left the country, again aligned with the Russian anti-Ukraine propaganda that political elite in Ukraine is like, departing the ship and Russia is going to win this war. So this initial story is being planted online by some anonymous account, and then within a very short period of time, similar stories again about her alleged escape from the country are being planted by other accounts. So it's like nesting of different videos with small variations. So here we have a couple of examples. For example, another video labeled with the logo of Deutsche Welle, purporting that she has left the country because of an extramarital affair, or a video with the logo of Al Jazeera saying that she actually missed her appointment with the BBC because she left the country. So it's the same story, but a little bit with variation. The aim of this thing is to completely gaslight anyone who is trying to kind of see the truth. Oh, but so many media are actually kind of simultaneously talking that she escaped. So good luck to the debunking community trying to debunk everything. You're being bombarded and overwhelmed by this thing. But also, like anyone from the public trying to make sense of what's happening online will also be similarly duped.
1 minute.
So, this is my case study. So Zelensky's false escape was picked up by media and debunked by many fact-checker organizations. Sadly, this has not stopped the narrative from being propelled online. It has unfortunately just fueled more and more kind of like coverage, as well as social media coverage that is talking about the same story. So our main argument here, I'm going to skip this joke. Our main argument here is not to debunk or not to debunk, to debunk or not to debunk. This is not the question. The question is how we do debunking. And in our observations of those kind of methods, we are seeing a lot of mass debunking. So fact checkers hopping on the bandwagon, everyone doing the same debunks, and nobody actually contextualized those individual stories. This video is part of a campaign that has been going on for 2 years. It's not just one fake video. It is part of an overload campaign, also known as Matryoshka by other researchers. So my main thing is to say, if we avoid mass debunking and contextualize more the individual stories, we may end up with a better media literacy and actually aim the public to gain knowledge of how Russian disinformation works. Thank you. Here's the report.
Thank you very, very much. Now is the time of Lianan from Munich University of Germany, who's going to present an ethnographic exploration of online misogyny towards politically active women in Germany and its intersection with generated disinformation.
Ready?
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Just put this over here. Okay, hello everybody. I'm a doctoral researcher in media anthropology, and I've been researching online misogyny towards politically active women in Germany for the past years. So I will be coming with my presentation and my view on disinformation from a somewhat different angle, so please bear with me. Now, building on the discussions before, I would like to take a little excursus focusing on one specific subcategory of disinformation and its consequences, which is gender disinformation. Now, disinformation does not impact everyone in the same way. When women and gender minorities step into public and political spaces, they are often not only attacked for their ideas or political agendas, but for who they are. Now, in my presentation, I will explore the intersections between gender disinformation and online misogyny, and why they pose structural threats to women's political participation. Now, just quickly about the definitions. Online misogyny, I'm following the definition of Ging and Ziapera and Masanari, means the harassment of women through abusive language, sexist imagery, and violent threats on social media. Now, this form of gendered abuse is not isolated, but deeply embedded in existing structures of inequality and oppression, amplifying its harmful effects. Now, gendered disinformation is a relatively new concept and has several different definitions, depending also on the discipline. I'm following the one of Lucina Dimeco, who refers with gendered disinformation to the spread of deceptive or inaccurate information and images against women, political leaders, journalists, and female public figures. And it does so in a way that draws on misogyny and societal stereotypes, and by doing that, it frames those women as untrustworthy, as sexual, as emotional or angry, or even unintelligent. So why does this matter, and what is the impact on political participation? Gender disinformation aims at undermining women and gender minorities' public credibility and aims at preventing them from political participation and pursuing political careers. And this is especially prominent for women at the forefront of challenging established power structures, and they are being targeted very much with gendered disinformation. Now, what are the intersections between gender disinformation and online misogyny? Both phenomena are very closely related. Online misogyny is the core element of gendered disinformation and aims at constantly reminding vocal women of their, and I'm quoting here the EU Disinfo Lab, of their inherent vulnerability. Thereby, online misogyny functions as a powerful tool of gender disinformation for silencing women, for suppressing political participation, and for discouraging critique. And this is particularly important in context where gendered power dynamics already limit women's voices in public discourse, like in politics, journalism, or activism. Now, both phenomena come in many forms, can be explicit images sent via direct messages, is also manipulated content, general degrading comments in public forums like Instagram, and often aiming at destroying the reputation of the woman and playing on gendered stereotyping. Now, there are many different narratives, but the common narratives that I have found during my research were sexualization and degradation of the woman, and the questioning of her competence and credibility solely based on her gender. And as gender disinformation expert Nina Jankovic suggests, such instances should not be seen as single misogynist instances, but need to be analyzed as part of a bigger attempt to deter women from participating in the public sphere or from taking on leadership roles. Now, I will not go into detail here, but as you will know, those campaigns can be coordinated by several different actors. What I have encountered in my research was examples that were shared with me by women politicians. So the actors were state actors, political parties or their members, populist politicians, extremist movements, or hate groups. Now, quickly moving to my research. So during my ethnographic research, I have worked with various professions within the realm of political activism, ranging from full-time state politicians to voluntary city council level local politicians and climate activists. And I have been researching their experiences with online misogyny and the consequences for their political engagement. And today I would like to focus specifically on a case study of local city council politicians and their practices of self-censorship. Now, whilst the proportion of city council mandates has developed positively in Germany, rising from a previous 18% to 30% in 2024, women still operate primarily in a male-coded field when it comes to local politics in Germany. According to the 2022 ranking of German cities on the political representation of women, only 11.7% of city leadership positions were held by women. Now, drawing on interviews with local politicians and also with advisors from anti-hate organizations, I examined how their experiences online influenced their political and social media engagement. And many described adapting their online behavior due to online misogyny and gender disinformation to manage emotional strain and the demands of voluntary political work. Adapting their behavior, now I changed the wrong
2 minutes.
laptop. Yeah, thank you. Now, adapting their behavior often meant two things, either self-censorship or the withdrawal from online spaces. Self-censorship means avoiding certain topics that they perceive as probably generating a greater deal of online abuse. And they would do that to prevent harassment before it starts, as well as a reaction to past experiences, or after having heard about the experiences of other public female figures. Now, the withdrawal from online spaces meant either leaving social media altogether or avoiding it from the outset of their political careers onwards, so they would not post or they would not even have an account on social media. And this was especially the case with women who had intersecting identities. So, for example, queer women or women with migration background who would not only receive misogynist instances, but those combined with homophobic comments and racist comments. And the second point that also needs more research is what many women also mentioned, is that they would withdraw from online spaces out of worry or out of concern for the safety of their families. Now, self-censorship and reduced online engagement create a critical kind of bottleneck because they narrow both the number and the diversity of women who remain active online, who promote their careers online, and who pursue leadership positions in politics. And online misogyny and gender disinformation thus act as a kind of filter, silencing especially marginalized voices and shaping who remains in the political sphere. And in that way, online misogyny and gender disinformation shape political participation from the local level upwards. So in this presentation, I aim to trace how the intersections between online misogyny and gender disinformation unfold locally. So where and how both phenomena discourage women from promoting their work online, and how they function as structural gatekeepers by raising the costs of online participation, effectively shaping the women's political participation and effectiveness of political communication online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right now is the time of Michael Ray Smith from LCC International University from Lithuania. And he's going to present reforms from yesterday that were lost in translation.
Lost in translation. Thank you. I would like to thank you, C3M Media Lab, for allowing me to come here today. And I would like to acknowledge Lithuania, sovereign nation, and LCC and my colleagues. So we're going to talk a bit about misinformation. You've heard a lot about it the last couple of days. And the remarkable story of Charles Sheldon. I'm in control here.
You can use this.
So here's a slide that shows what appears to be Sheldon in the corner, and the sun and the moon at the top that represents a case study I'm going to talk to you about in just a few minutes. And then another case study about a newspaper, two newspapers in New York that dealt with fake news very early on. So let me talk about the sun and the moon. In 1835 in the United States, the New York Sun published a series, 6 articles, all fabricated, that said we had life on the moon. Now this is a mainstream newspaper, very popular newspaper. And they used information from, made up, an astronomer, John Herschel, Sir John Herschel from South Africa, and the writer, a guy named Adams, said this astronomer had such a powerful microscope that he could see life on the moon. And they had lush vegetation, oceans, and bat people. That this was a sensation. And it appears that readers ate it up. Matter of fact, there was one missionary organization that wanted to send representatives to the moon to share the gospel with that people. And that episode in 1835 wasn't exposed until weeks later. And they admitted, yeah, it was all made up. And the reaction? People were amused. Circulation did not suffer at all. So this is an early case of fake news, deliberate fake news, that had a good reaction. A few years later, almost 1900, 1898, two powerful newspapers in New York, the New York Journal, the New York World, went head to head. They're trying to grow circulation. And they do it by manipulating information. And it's okay if the story gets in the way, just make it up. At this time, we had a rebellion going on in Cuba, and the Spanish controlled the island of Cuba. And some Americans were worried that our United States interests were going to be somehow minimized. So Hearst, William Randolph Hearst, the publisher of the Journal, and Joseph Pulitzer, the publisher of the World, sent reporters to Cuba and said, find out what you can. If you can't find anything, we'll take care of it for you. So overnight, the United States sent a battleship, USS Maine, and in a few days, that battleship blew up. To this day, no one's really sure what happened, but that didn't matter to Hearst and Pulitzer. They said the Spanish did it. The Spanish blew up this ship, and this is not a photograph, this is a woodcut that was common in that period, where they put together what they think could have happened. Well, they made it so that it was no question, this happened. 266 sailors died. And before long, the president, William McKinley, declared war. So this could be an example of a press-created war based on bad, fabricated information. And this is the period that Charles Monroe Sheldon had a chance to edit a newspaper. He was a Congregationalist minister. He wrote a book, a novel. It's called In His Step. It's a best-selling book. It's still available today. It's still read today. In that book, In His Steps, Sheldon said there was a fictional town with a fictional editor who decided to change the way news would be presented. And as I said, the book was very popular, and a publisher in Topeka, Kansas said, okay, Reverend Sheldon, we're going to give you a chance to try out this experiment. Now, how are you going to do it? He said, I'm going to use the same approach that my fictional editor used. What's that? I'm going to ask, what would Jesus do? That's a question that was popularized in 1900 and earlier by Sheldon. And even today, you can find bracelets in the United States that say, WWJD, what would Jesus do? So in this experiment based on the fiction, Sheldon revolutionized the newsroom. He said, now news will be defined as anything that contributes to a life of righteousness. The paper would be nonpartisan, no coverage of liquor or alcohol of any kind, either in advertising or in the news stories. It'd be against war. The paper would be organized to help readers seek God. And significant reports would be signed. So that may not seem so revolutionary until you realize that he absolutely read every article. He looked at every ad, and he said, what would Jesus do? And so he would send these articles back to the reporter. Hey, I'm not sure about this. Go check this out. Double check this. He did the same thing with advertising, and at least in 2 cases, he apologized. He apologized once because we had a display advertisement that kind of referenced Christ and a plow. And the plow was supposedly based on a very heavenly approach to farming. And then a second one, he apologized that he didn't have a chance to read the ad about a cream separator. It could be actually a very good tool, but he said it got in there, he didn't get a chance to read it. So he urged the readers, look at your advertising and expect good, clean advertising. So today, we do have, at least in the United States, probably across the world, I'm sure, particularly in the West, you have to have advertising that matches its claims. If they're over the top, inflammatory claims, typically publications don't use them. Although I sometimes question the amount of advertisements I get unsolicited or connected to a banner ad that has to do with how I can get rich and my finances can increase. I question that. But in terms of the editorial situation, most mainstream newspapers, I don't know of any that say, hey, let's look at this. What would Jesus do on this? No. They lost an opportunity. If you set aside the question and think about what did Charles Sheldon try to make as a standard, it was accuracy. He checked everything. He checked everything. So you say, well, don't we do that now in publications? Well, yeah, you know, legitimate publications tend to do that.
1 minute.
A colleague and I just published a survey in July in the Journal of Media Education. We looked at 262 students across the world, and we found out that hardly anybody really has faith in anything, whether it's mainstream news or social media. And just this week, Reuters and Oxford University released a survey that said social influencers are now the people that are contributing more to questionable content. So where's the accountability? And I think that's the thing that Sheldon did for the press, to make them think, you are accountable for this. Your name is on this. Are you going to stand by this? So what's happening? Other presenters have already talked about this. The information that's going to publics tend to have this kind of approach that makes it questionable. They use an emotional appeal, or they quote somebody like you saw in the New York Sun. Just take somebody who sounds like an authority and use that person to support whatever they're trying to sell. And they use plenty of networks, and we've seen examples of that where something gets used and then it gets repeated.
We are out of time, sorry.
Okay, well, that's Charles Sheldon. I'll just say this. If we wanted to have a first-class publication, it's very easy now to link to reporters' bios, the editors' bios, the metadata on articles, and to verify information so we know what we see is accurate. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, no, we are not last but not least. Tatiana Avila Gomez from the Charisme Paris Panthéon-Assas, France. It's still one later. Okay, so when you're ready, you can begin.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. Today I'll talk about fake news and the far right in Brazil. The spread of false information to manipulate the conservative electorate was one of the main strategies of the far right government of former President Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil. During the 2018 election, when he was elected, Jair Bolsonaro was the main beneficiary directly or indirectly of dissemination of fake news, while Lula, the current president, and Fernando Haddad, center-left-wing candidate from the Workers' Party, were the main targets. Most of the fake news was classified as pro-Bolsonaro, so This study is a part of a broader PhD research that examines the production of disinformation propagated by the Brazilian far-right and its deployment as a communication tool. Just to contextualize the Brazilian scenario, it is important to remind you that the Workers' Party, the PT, came to power in 2003 with a moderate project. But after 13 years in government, the mandates of Lula and his successor, Dilma Rousseff, were marked by numerous corruption accusations. And it was from this massive discontent with politics that the far right emerged. Jair Bolsonaro, a former military officer, ultra-liberal, close to Christian fundamentalism, and who had been a congressman for 27 years, rose to power. Very famous for his homophobic, misogynic, racist statements and for supporting the military dictatorship, he embodies the reconfiguration of the Brazilian right and brings Brazil closer to other far-right leaders, such as Donald Trump and Javier Milei. However, it is important to emphasize that fake news was not the only responsible for Bolsonaro's election in 2018. The former president received support from the conservative, political, and social groups with specific interests. We can mention, for example, the 3 Bs, the group of deputies and senators known as 3 Bs. They represent beef, cattle ranchers interested in expanding their pastures; bullet, police, military, and radical supporters of gun rights for personal protection; and Bible, evangelicals. However, fake news has become so deeply inserted in the core of the Brazilian far-right that we must ask how it entered public debate to disrupt, to transform, and to reshape discussions. In the 2022 presidential race, disinformation campaigns aimed to intensify political and social polarization by dividing the population not simply into right and left, but into good and evil, to secure votes among supporters of the outgoing president, to weaken political opponents, to delegitimize the justice and the press, and to incite demands for a coup d'etat. So I decided to analyze exchanges within Bolsonaro supporting activist groups on WhatsApp and Telegram, focusing on the 2022 presidential elections, when Bolsonaro tried re-election in a very close race against Lula. To build my corpus in September 2022, I created a fake Facebook profile and I began liking pro-Bolsonaro posts. And as a result, I started to receive invitations to join activism groups on Facebook, Telegram, and WhatsApp. So on Telegram, I choose to monitor 2 groups, 3 channels, and 4 right political figures. I also joined on one WhatsApp group, the largest in Brazil, created by former military members. And my corpus covers 6 months of analysis from October 2022, the presidential elections, to March 2023. And the groups analyzed ranged from 500 to 107,000 members each. On Telegram, I collected over 4,000 messages, and on WhatsApp, more than 5,000 media items, such as photos, videos, and audios. Based on my corpus, I have reached some initial findings. Right after the elections, the most circulated messages claimed there had been an electoral fraud. But before and after the elections, most fake news items are based on moral and religious issues. It is important to remember that in Brazil, the far right has a very conservative profile, closely linked to powerful evangelical churches that are part of politics. Claims include that Lula, the president, made a pact with the devil and he would close churches and that he would legalize drugs and abortion. Well, on the other hand, Bolsonaro is portrayed as being protected by God. So, to conclude, we cannot claim that religion provokes disinformation, but it does fuel collective moral panic. And it is too early to determine definitely how much fake news disrupts the political and social landscape in Brazil. However, it is undeniable that fake news plays a central role on social networks. They can generate actions and consequences beyond online platform, as we could see at our own Capitol moment, when pro-Bolsonaro supporters stormed public buildings in Brasilia, the capital of Brazil, destroying property. It was the most serious threat to the Brazilian Republic since 1964 military coup that established the dictatorship in my country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, last but not least, Malgarotsata from Sheffield University in the UK. And she's going to present the evolving landscape of science reporting, journalists navigating retraction and misinformation challenges.
So while we're doing this, I'll ask you a question. Does the name of Andrew Wakefield ring a bell? Do anyone? Yeah? Exactly. So the reason why, I'll just give you a bit of a context. So this is a project that we're working with University of Turku with Finland, and also Oikoplus from Austria. And we're trying to look at what happens to retracted articles. So the reason why I've mentioned Andrew Wakefield is because he is pretty much the source of all the anti-vaccination movement anywhere. So in the way how we publish articles, there are unfortunately articles that are not correct, and then after a while they are being retracted. But the problem is that, especially in science, that even though that they are being retracted, not a lot of actual information after the retraction gets into the public. And also the media in general doesn't really want to cover retractions, because kind of in the media, the news has moved on. We've already covered this. So this is one of the reasons why we thought, well, this is actually really interesting to look at. And we've looked at, and so in general, there is a limited understanding of the mechanisms and challenges and motivations actually shaping journalists' responses to retractions. So there were two things that we decided to look at. So first, we did a content analysis. We've looked at using altmetrics, which kind of gives a list of online news articles on articles that has been that mention or cited retracted articles. We've looked at 100 articles. What we've quickly realized that actually some of the articles were removed. So that gives us 73 actually articles. So, you know, there is some positivity there that after when the article is retracted, actually the online news then pulls out that article on the retraction, after the retraction. So we've looked at, in general, what is the media, how does the media frame the retracted articles, and how much information is given about the article. But also after that, we've done a thematic analysis of semi-structured interviews. So we've done actually two kind of groups. So we've done journalists in the UK and journalists in Finland, but at this stage we only have, we've only analyzed interviews in the UK. So, in terms of framing of how those, what kind of themes we saw across those 73 articles, we have this kind of disparity between the neutral reporting of this article was retracted, those are the reasons why, to over-skepticism towards scientific kind of process. So there was a lot of conspiracy theories there. So there was sensationalism in descriptors, you know, that underlying current of distrust in science, distrust in academic writing. And so as you can see, like, you know, this is the bottom. A lot of themes were like that. But there were also some articles who were just in general talking about, you know, debunking false study and, you know, focusing on more who are the authors and why the paper was retracted. Then we've looked at the extent of detail reporting why that retracted paper was retracted, and the result was that it was mainly about the data, so data veracity. So, you know, from a very kind of almost academic, difficult to kind of digest to general public explanation of, you know, this is a sample and then that's why the paper was wrong, to a more of a kind of educational step-by-step. If you try to replicate this study, you will realize that that's the reason why the paper was retracted. But there were also things like, you know, ethical or funding issues, but as you can see, like, you know, only 4 articles, so not a lot. So it was mainly about the data. And here are just the examples of what we, you know, pulled out from those articles. And then we had we've looked at the interviews. So in general, unfortunately, most of the journalists, at least in the UK, they did say that in general they don't report on retractions, and there are several reasons for that. So first is the time constraint and financial models. So you know, as I said, like, once the story is there, they will report it once, but when there is a retraction, unless it's a big story like Andrew Wakefield, or there were some stories around, I mean, actually there were a lot of stories around COVID time. Unless it's a big story, they will go back to it and they might be able to say yes and kind of admit, yes, we've made a mistake, and explain the rationale why the article is different, or the article is retracted, or why they've covered it. But in general, there was a lack of systematic process. So that's another thing. You know, a lot of journalists were saying, well, you know, we're journalists, we cover everything, and we cannot follow every single story that we've written, because depending on where they work, sometimes they might have 1 story per week, but sometimes they might have 5 stories, you know, a day. So it's impossible really to follow your own stories, to check whether at some point 5 years ago, maybe, or even, you know, a month ago, the source that you've quoted perhaps maybe is being retracted. There's just no systems like that. But when we asked them, okay, but if there were stories like that, what would happen? And they said that, you know, it kind of depends, that in some cases, if the story was big, then they would put a notification saying that, you know, some of the sources were retracted, and perhaps some sort of kind of additional information at the end. But in general, they've acknowledged that there was a general reluctance by editors to actually do that, because that wouldn't really be a clickable story.
1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, the implications, I think, of that is, you know, this ethical and financial gap in post-publication monitoring. There are no systems to really follow up on the stories, and there is no financial incentive. something else that also they've talked about is that, you know, when you actually go back to a story, you almost make the story more valuable for the conspiracy kind of narrative, where you suggest that, oh, this story is important. And then the journalists were saying, we actually don't want to give the weight of a story like that, because it shouldn't really be, you know, giving us that false balance. But a lot of also journalists were saying, you know, whose responsibility is it? Is it the academics' responsibility to mention to everyone, yes, the story has been withdrawn, and also, you know, what academic who article has been retracted is actually going to say that? And the journalists were saying, well, you know, is this our responsibility then? You know, we've already covered one story. We don't have to then cover every kind of source that we've used that's been withdrawn. So there is that issue of transparency and accountability. Whose role is it? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we have like 10 minutes for questions, so the floor is yours in order to ask whoever you want. Anyone want to start? If not, I have prepared some questions for our speakers in order to break the ice. So my first question is for Alexandra. And you mentioned, it's very interesting that you mentioned the need to avoid to over-repeat the fact checks among the community. What do you think that's the role of collaborative fact-checking in order to don't repeat all and all again the same debunk?
Thank you so much for this question. Yes, indeed, I think it's actually very necessary to some kind of like have this type of coordination between fact checkers. And what we actually try to do with the first edition of our report is kind of contact all the organizations that have been targeted with those emails and raise awareness. This is like a coordinated campaign, allowing them to contextualize more what they are getting in those anonymous emails or social media tags. So indeed, I think it's much would be avoided if there's like a systematic joint actions to kind of combat these like narratives. We are seeing in our like database a lot of this type of like fact check starts from Ukraine, because those are like the organizations that are mostly focused on what Russia is pushing out. So I think more collaboration between the Western and the Eastern European partners would be actually beneficial for everyone, because in the case of Zelensky, it was like BBC who fact-checked, and then it kind of went further. But if we had kind of cooperated with the Ukrainian side, it maybe have been a better type of like contextualized maybe type of fact-checks.
Thank you very much. Anyone want to ask another question for our speakers? No, I have another question. So this one is for Michael Ray. So thank you very much for your presentation. My question will be related with the case of Pulitzer and Hartz. So how do you feel the thing that Pulitzer Prize is right now the most important prize in journalism, but comes from someone that reinforces sensationalism in their articles?
Thank you. You're asking, are the Pulitzer Prizes being awarded to people that have...
No, not at all. I mean, how do you consider, what's your opinion, that the name of the more important prize comes from someone that disseminates sensationalist articles?
So I've been a journalist for most of my career. Also, I teach. And what we say in the newsroom is we don't covet any prize. So when they say the coveted Pulitzer Prize, well, that's a lie. Every reporter wants a prize, and most reporters want to be novelists. But in terms of the prize, yeah, it still has a lot of prestige, and regardless of the history of Pulitzer.
Thank you very much. Anyone wants to ask something? Okay, now that we have the networking in order to ask in a more informal way. Okay, we have a question. Perfect.
I just want to say I'd like to... I just wanted to say that I liked your question, and it's also the name of a famous journalism school. And it just shows that if you, as we see with the history of many universities, at least private universities in the United States, you can do whatever terrible things you want during your lifetime. If you make a lot of money and then found an institution, then your name will be revered for many decades. And that's what happened with the Pulitzer Prize and with the Pulitzer School of Journalism.
Thank you very much. If no one, okay, we have another question. Perfect.
I'll ask a general question, and anyone who has thoughts on this might just contribute to the conversation. Around AI, there's a lot of talk about transparency frameworks, how to make the algorithms that are used in AI and the processes that generate AI information explainable, transparent, all of these things. And the EU is paying quite a bit of attention to this. In terms of misinformation, what would be the elements of a transparency framework?
Who wants to answer this question?
Anyone have thoughts on that? Giving your brain cells times to respond before we get an infusion of sugar, hopefully. So some of the elements would be maybe using detection methods, identifying probable misinformation in social media. Another would be identifying the propagation methods that are being used to transmit and amplify information, and in particular misinformation. I mean, there could be a transparency regime that forces the social media companies to expose where misinformation goes, to who it goes to, what is the probability of amplification given ability to detect misinformation. I mean, there could be a more transparent regime that forces the social media companies that operate, say, in the EU. I've given up hope in the US for now. But what would be the outcomes that one would seek in terms of transparency of the way that misinformation is propagated?
Mm-hmm. Someone want to reflect about it?
I just want to reflect that I don't know if I understood right, but I always thought that misinformation is when, like disinformation, I thought that it is when you are sharing disinformation and you know that this is disinformation, and misinformation as when you are, the person is sharing misinformation, but it believes that it is the true, or no. I always thought that this is such a thing, so in my opinion, it would be the best solution to find who the first, shared that misinformation, because the first who shared maybe know that it is not true, and then, the people believe that it is the true. So maybe this is just my reflection, somehow to detect the network and the first.
Thank you very much for your questions, for your debates. I'm very pleased to see that we are on the right track and that researchers are putting their efforts into combating this information from a multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary perspective. So with these final thoughts, I conclude this panel and I give the floor to Daniel Catalan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rocío. And well, as you can see in the program, we are coming to the end of this Congress. And in this closing, we have prepared a networking time, because I know, and some of you already told me, that you are missing this kind of networking, this kind of dialogue, conversation that you would like to have during your time here in this Congress. So now is the time for that. We have prepared some food for you. It's just behind this wall, not in the toilet. Next, okay, you will find it when you leave this room. And please use that time to know each other, to talk, and to enjoy this time together. And finally, we would like to say thank you. Thank you to all of you. We are learning. We can see how important is our field, how this field is growing, and we hope to see you very soon again. So thank you, everyone.